Good evening, service crew, and good evening, raiders. Thank you, Teal. Thank you for the raid. Ace Windfall, fighting pilot extraordinaire. At your service. Ready for takeoff. That's what I say. The raid is at your service. The starting is ready for takeoff. Either way, what's up, everyone? Happy Tuesday, everyone. Welcome on in. Teal, raiders, welcome in. Teal, how was your art? I hope it was good. I don't have my bot on, actually. Oh my god, I didn't have my bot on. Because normally the bot would shout you out and tell you what, and say like what you were doing. I did see what you're doing though. You're doing smart. I hope it was good, Teal. I can still do this though. I'm pretty sure yeah, there we go. Sick. There we go. Nice. But Teal, Raiders, welcome in. Teal, Frosted Rot, Slushy, welcome in. Hope your stream was good. You guys obviously caught me at the very beginning of our stream. We are going to be playing my lovely little favorite game, Arknights, right now. And specifically what we're going to be doing is we're going to be playing through and finishing up the current event, which is Act or Die. Which, if you don't know what the theme of this is, to give you a feel of it, it is possibly my favorite event now, and that's saying a lot, because for the longest time my favorite event was the one with was either the Syracuse ones. I really like the second Syracuse one, I think, more than the first, because I like what they did with Lapland's character in it. But this is all about a classic murder mystery a la like Scream in a way, almost, because it's you have your main character, Phantom, and he just shows up at this movie production, and as they're filming this movie, people start dying. And obviously we know Phantom's a good guy. Phantom is there to, like, incidentally catch the criminal. But now it's like, okay, who's doing all this killing? And it's 5 years ago, there was a young up and coming actress who ended up dying through the negligence and the ire of the older heads in Rankwood, which is, you know, Arknights Hollywood. And so it's like this revenge plot of what's going on. And is it Tippy? Is it Tippy? Is Tippy like the girl, and or is she like the sister of the girl who died 5 years ago? We have no idea. We've just had our third and fourth, technically, because they died at the same time, our third/fourth murder. And so we're gonna find out together here. We are in fact arcing the night tonight. There was good. I finished a comm and doodled some stuff. Very nice, Teal. Teal, I don't know, I forget if you were there. I don't know if you were able to pop in, or I don't know if you were able to show up. But Teal, we did Ume yesterday, and I made sure we had spare parts had the little Ume ears from last time, so thank you for that. Also, if in case you already left, enjoy your lurking, or in case you haven't left, enjoy your lurking, Teal. Go enjoy the dogs. There's an event. How did I not know? It started over a week ago, Frosted. So if you haven't now, tap in and check it out. Or alternatively, tap in here and check me out, finishing it up, because it should be a lot of fun. We're reading through it today. It's so good, Slushy. I know we were talking the other day. You were talking about like AI, the Somnium files, and then because it was the same thing, because I had looked at I think I had looked it up before, where Ichigoshi, is that the name? The author, right, of AI, the Somnium files did 999, which we had played on stream earlier this year, and I really like that. And even though that's not technically like a murder mystery, that's more of the like escape the room kind of series of games, it still has that same vibe of people are dying, who is Zero, right? In Act or Die, it's people are dying, who is the Act or Die killer, right? Like, the mysteries, that's the biggest thing. I was saying this all last week as we were going through this. Mystery is such a great genre for a story, because it's so easy to like get someone, at the very least it's easy to get me like in there, because it's like, I can solve the mystery, I know I can do this. It's such a good like catch for something. It's great. Don't think yesterday was busy. I'll skim the VOD later. It was really cool, Teal. It worked really well on spare parts, even though it was like for the older version of spare parts. It still worked really well on my baby voice spare parts. So thank you again for that. It's die time. No, it's act time. Unless you want to say the last one was act time, this time was die time. But in fairness, I feel like a lot more people died than acted in the first half of this. Because even though there was acting, like, damn, there was some acting here. That was sick. Getting to do, like, my little voice acting bits with people that are, like, acting is, it feels so good. And I hope it comes across good. Because I legitimately enjoyed when it was Phantom and our first victim acting with each other. And it was exactly the scene that I wanted, where it was, like, this old, washed-up Rankwood drunk has his grand, like, wait a minute, I was an actor, I was the greatest actor ever moment, and then he dies. But it was such a good, like, crescendoing scene so early on. So then die, and then die. And so, presumably, 1 act to 3 dies. I'm hoping we get 1 die and 3 acts now. 3 act is the 3 act structure. Get it? It's an incidental joke that I accidentally made. Also, what's up you? What's up Nikiyashi? What's up Ben? Happy Tuesday, welcome to all you guys as well. So die or act. They should switch it around, but obviously that's to say act or die because actor, which I feel like this is an underrated joke from the game. And honestly, if someone was to tell me like this was not intentional, we didn't mean to do this, I don't believe them. It's so stupid. It's not even like a joke. It's just like a fun little like, oh, act or die, act or die. The actors are dying, but I don't know. It's such a simple but good name for this. I'm depending on you to finish this. I got it. But before I do that, actually, low-key, high-key, I gotta do this thing real quick. This is gonna be like less than a minute, but I forgot to do this. Also, let me know, especially when we were there, when I was talking just now on the event screen, did the volume sound good to you guys? It might have just been loud on my end, but it seemed a little bit loud. I turned my own volume down, but let me know if you guys need your volume turned down for the stream. Oh, thank you, Frosted Rot. I have no tea today because I had iced tea with dinner, and so I had literally a glass of iced tea that I was drinking up until just now, and so now I just have my classic little water bottle here. Which, by the way, in my build up to the stream, I was hanging out in Benny Bloom's stream, friend of the show Benny Bloom, and he's currently watching through the 1,000 people rich versus poor video that Server Screaming Gabriel had mentioned, I think like last week. And I gotta say, I don't know if I like it. It feels very I don't know if you guys have tapped into this like popular Minecraft video. I don't know if people are saying like, oh, it's the next Parkour Civilization. I disagree. Parkour Civilization is still goated. This is a pale imitation. It's obvious there's nothing similar at all outside of them being both Minecraft movies, but it feels so scripted. And the thing is, it's probably not scripted at all, or like it's fairly like loosely scripted, but the way that it's edited together, it just feels like reality TV, and I don't like it. There's a very strong dissonance between this plot line, which I'm assuming is fairly organic, and then like how it's actually shot with like a bunch of overly cinematic shots that have a lot of like bloom or a lot of what's the word, like what's the shaders, right? Like a lot of shaders, and it just feels very scripted. And so I'm a really big, I'm not a fan of the dissonance of like, this is real, I got 1,000 people to do this, and the like overly edited nature of it. Have those naked drinks at a whole crate. What are naked drinks? I am not tapped into the youth that I don't know what that is. Naked drinks are just like alcohol. It's because those are drinks that shut up, Ace. Don't finish that joke. Let me also do this. Technically, I normally do this part during the head hunting, but I'm doing my dailies. Do that. Faster deploy done. Since I saw that I need like 2 more dailies done, I'm just knocking this one out. Like fruit smoothies. Oh shit, I didn't know that was a thing. Cool. Hope you're enjoying it then. What's your go-to flavor for it? Because I assume they have different flavors. I think my go-to is banana, but I don't know if like, I don't know what fruit smoothies smell and like sell in like cans. If it'd be like a banana thing or if it'd be just like generic other flavors. There we go. That's good. Store. Oh, store credit. Grab this. Give me that LMD. Give me that gold. Give me that gold. Do I care about this? Is this under 200? It is. Is this under 200? It is. And I'm poor. Perfect. Perfect. There's one I don't have, but it's like banana and strawberry. Ooh, that'd be good. I'll have to keep an eye out for that in the store next time. I don't know if I'll pick it up. At the very least, I want to see it, and that way be like, this is a real thing. With NTR9 and WTF Cats and Mod S EX, Act or is definitely. Oh, I see what you mean. NTR Knight, WTF Cats, a mod. I understand what you're saying. Okay. Focus. The role I penned shall be engraved in memory. Let's start it. I guess for a real quick recap. Fanting comes to the set of this movie that's getting shot. Someone dies. They think it's an accident. However, not long after that, the Shelly, my favorite character in this event, who didn't deserve to die, but then you find out maybe she kind of was not as good as you thought. She just had a lot of guilt in her. But Shelly then is like, oh my god, this is cursed, and Shelly's the next one to die. She was the on-set manager. I don't know what the term for it was. She ended up dying. She got locked in a freezer. And after her death, then people are like, hold on, is this intentional? Are people like actually around her dying? But it's too far away. The plate that they're on has moved too far away. So they're kind of just stuck there, and they're gonna finish this movie. While that's happening, the next event is that the plate is not only moving away from the city itself, but also it's moving towards a catastrophe, because the director or the writer, or I guess the producer, it's the producer specifically. The producer wants to have a shot with the catastrophe, a real life catastrophe in the background, which obviously is extremely dangerous, and people are not a huge fan of that. The lead actor and his on again off again girlfriend, who works in makeup / costumes, I want to say, the lead actor plans to leave the set, and his girlfriend eventually convinces them to go along with. Before they're able to, though, they end up dead as well, tied up, a la the people that died on the frontier. So here we are, the start of the day. 2 bodies have just been found. Who done it? Hey, you saw Michael and Marion's bodies too, right? Dude, don't remind me. I've been trying to forget. It was freaking terrifying. My hands are still shaking so much. I don't think I can hold the boom mic. You're still worried about work? When there's an actual serial killer on set right now? So, let's skedaddle. You want to run? Did you already forget how Michael and Marion ended up like that? Michael even had his suitcase right under him. I heard he'd been packed and ready to go for quite a while. Even found himself a secret passage to leave through. And he still was murdered right before he left the plate. No way that killer's gonna let any of us leave. It's just like the plot of Jack the Libber-Ripper. This set is now his hunting ground, and any one of us could very well be his next prey. Hold on. What's the liver here? I don't know, is that an Arknights thing? Use the glasses. Bird's the word. Liberry! Oh, thank you. Thank you, glasses. Perfect timing. Liberian Ripper. I understand. Abner, how long has it been since you inspected your chest rig? Look, there's a bunch of loose screws on your mechanical arm. One little slip in, that camera's gonna be shards of glass all over the floor. If it breaks, it breaks. At least let me take a look at your camera lens, then. I'm good. I'm your assistant, you know. Don't think I don't see what you're actually up to. You best stay away from me, kiddo. Dalton's death was no accident, right? Same goes for Shelly, Michael, and Marion. There's no way the victims were chosen at random. All of them were involved in that incident 5 years ago. You should be working for one of those gossip rags, not behind a camera. Who said they were mutually exclusive? Reporters make more dough, though. Anyway, Abner, my good man. You were there 5 years ago, right? Come on, you can tell me. Not like we'll be doing anything else today. See, Abner is an interesting one, because Abner feels like he could either be a victim, he could be the one who's doing it, or he could just be a third party in here. Because they haven't given us a lot of Abner details yet, have they? When it showed, it's been eking things out, right? Because at first it was like, oh, the lead actor, not the lead actor, the drunken, washed up actor from here. Like, it was like, oh, he was the one that did it. He was the one that forced her to do the scene for 5 hours where she was strung up on this rig that eventually broke. And you're like, oh, it's his fault. And then it goes to Shelly, and it's like, oh, Shelly didn't inspect the rig that was her job. Or actually, she did inspect the rig, and she was like, oh, this rig's a little bit old, but you know what? I'm not going to worry about that. So then it's like, oh, it's also Shelly's fault. And then it goes to Marion and Michael, and Michael specifically is like, oh, hold on. I can tell that rig is not working correctly. I should go, like, tell them to stop. And then Marion gives him the death eyes, and he's like, okay, that's right. None of my business. I'm not going to do this. So with every new revelation, it's another one who could have stopped but didn't, right? It's just, it keeps going and going and going. So now it's like, how is Abner involved? How is Steven involved? How is this Liberi woman whose name I forget involved? He was the director last time. Abner was doing camera last time. I don't know if she was involved, but I wouldn't be surprised if she was like the lead actress or something like that. It was at Wreck Bell. Happy Tuesday, welcome in. We're gonna unmask the killer today, hopefully. I do wonder though if the entire script was made with these references, or was it localized with more Western movies? I think I mentioned this last time where I would also be interested in that. Jack the Liberi Ripper feels a little bit more of a stretch. That one I could see being a localized one. But I'd say a lot of the earlier references that were made are fairly large that I wouldn't be surprised if they were just the original references, right? It's like when we were talking about Nian has the director Nian skin. And it does have some Chinese cinema in there, but there's also a fair amount of Western cinema because like Hollywood Western cinema is just a giant export of the United States. You have so many large blockbuster movies that are just known throughout the entire world, and so I wouldn't be surprised if some of these references were straight up just the original Western references in the first place. Miss Rutherford, you have no lines on the scene. Then, do you suppose I could simply stay in my room researching which exact foundation shade Lady Dupont should be wearing before she dies? That'll be decided after we finish the climatic scenes at the end, which are still... I'm sorry. Ah, so that god of yours is running tardy. But I'm in no mood to blame your god right now, my dear. Were we not so far from the city, a major incident like this would have the Rankwood police locking down the plate and crawling all over our set. And naturally, the shooting would be suspended. Not to say that our current situation is any better. Steven, I'm starting to worry that my investment in this project will come to nothing. How much do you or Greta know about what's transpired these past few days that I don't? Oh, this is where you two were. So, where's the producer? Greta owes us an explanation. Whispers abound. Gossip permeates the set, with not a single soul at work. 3 homicides and 4 victims. The spate of murders has everyone overcome with fear, anger, confusion, and shock. The whole film crew is on the verge of losing control. The clamor sends even her own heart into a mess. She hates the feeling. It's super nice. You haven't even seen the CGs from this event yet. Greta struts right into the center of the studio and switches on the brightest bulb. The The piercing light stuns everyone into silence, and everyone's attention fixes on her. She takes a deep breath. I have some announcements to make, everyone. I've never received any training as an actor, so you might have to come closer to hear me. You'll want to check your personal Rankwood financial terminals in a few minutes. I've instructed finance to send out everyone's remaining wages. Of course, the families of Dalton, Shelley, Michael, and Marion will also receive compensation for their losses, which I will handle personally later. Yes, the death of Lady Dupont has yet to conclude filming. Your contracts are still valid, so none of this should even be necessary. But I can count on one hand how many of you are still in the mood to work. Huh. This is so unlike you, Greta. We've simply run into a few considerable hiccups. But this is no time to throw in the towel. Or has this experience made our producer lose confidence in the quality of the film? Throwing in the towel? You're overthinking it, darling. I've never once doubted my own judgment, much less considered abandoning the project. Then, why are you? I'd like you to gather round for a story, everyone. Hey, kid. Me? Miss Stone? Take out your pen recorder, notebook, shorthand terminal, whatever. Then sit down and listen. What do you mean? I've seen you sneaking around with those toys, and I don't appreciate it. But feel free to record everything I'm about to say. Take it to Trimount's Entertainment Weekly, or Rankwood Coffee Time, or Person's Magazine. I don't care. As long as you can get the story out. I won't hold you accountable either. See it as a reward, or a punishment. Doesn't matter to me. I take it everyone here is familiar with the Rankwood Academy Awards. The Best Newcomer Award. Every year, countless students of film and television schools, as well as amateur film buffs, submit their entries in a bid to prove how much they understand their creations and the market. They crave for their work to be chosen because even the lowest award still implies their film is up to Rankwood standards. And a certain Phidia was no exception. She believed herself to be an auteur, with both the brains and the will to realize her dreams. She was certain she would be, one day, stand on Rankwood's red carpet, even if she had to temporarily settle for life in a cramped rental. She waited for the very best story, and the very best partners. Then she put together a crew and brought that story to life. Submitted it. But this no-name newcomer craved success too much. Not to mention the pressure of living up to the expectations of her companions. As the voting period was ended, her obsession intensified, along with her doubts about the quality of the work she had submitted. She could not rationalize her strange thoughts. She begged both friends and family and raised a large sum, large for her, then at least, before knocking on the judge's doors. Why does this sound so familiar? On the very day of the Academy Awards, the committee publicized what the Phidia had done, and in doing so proved Rankwood's professionalism and purity to the whole of Terra. And so she was disqualified. Her crew cut all ties with her, and she lost everything she had. Oh, now I remember. It was so ironic, because the Academy later revealed that the work had actually won by votes anyway, the most recognized by the jury. Afterwards, she spent a decade exhausting every option to re-enter Rankwood, and slowly made some achievements of her own. Of course, she changed her name as well. To Greta Stone. So, Melanie, now you know what an absolute fool I am. I went out of my way to provoke fate into playing a joke on me. Fortunately, that preposterous experience has taught me one thing. I should never doubt myself. I will always believe my own judgment, and never give up on anything I attempt. You're more of a character than I took you for. Though, truth be told, I always thought that infallible persona of yours was just a front to intimidate others. Come on, Greta. So what's the sudden backstory for? Trying to win our sympathy? Dead people in here and a catastrophe out there. You think we'd still want to put our lives on the line just for you? After all that's happened? I know you still hold it against me, Abner. Ever since 5 years ago. How could I? I mean, I was awarded Best Cinematography that year thanks to those classic shots from that film. It was the highest honor any cinematographer could ever dream of. You gave it to me. But what about after that? You hit the peak of your career, then fell into despair. In just 6 months, no one dared put you behind the cameras. You used to love your cameras so much, but now you treat them like empty potato chip bags. Before you joined the crew of the Death of Lady Dupont, you even lost your decades-old partner at the casino. Yes? You hate that film from 5 years ago. You hate the shot that won you the award. And you hate me for making you keep it. You bet I do. My camera captured that Laura girl's fall. When I saw how you reacted, I knew then and there that you had zero good intentions. I warned you again and again, but you insisted on keeping that shot in the final cut. The more I think back to how the jury commented on the shot's realism and shock value, the more I want to laugh. Film is the art of creating dreams. Cameras are the eyes that see dreams, and the hands that turn fantasy into reality. You insulted that girl's memory. You insulted me. Oh, I hate this damn thing I'm holding. I hate my work. You get it now? If you really think so, then put it down, Abner. What? I'm sorry, we've derailed. Now, to get back on topic. After confirming you've received your compensation, any of you may leave this production at any time. Would you rather flee this dangerous plate? By all means. Scared of the serial killer and wish to find somewhere to hide? Go ahead. Feel like playing detective for whatever reason? Knock yourself out. Even if you're the murderer yourself and unwilling to give up on your vengeance, you have my blessing. We've already filmed most of the Death of Lady Dupont, with only a few climatic scenes to cover in the last 2 days of our schedule. Who knows? Maybe we can even finish it with those willing to stay. As for who will work the camera, I'll take Abner's place myself. Melanie? You do realize I can hardly find a last-minute stand-in for Lady Dupont herself, yes? You know I don't have a choice. I'm still counting on this film to beat Marianne. Even a catastrophe cloud can have a silver lining. Marianne retired cinema years ago. Never understood why you're so obsessed with her. That's none of your business. But let me be frank. You won't get to demand special treatment as the female lead or insist on those rules of the film set you love so much once everyone else has evacuated. Steven. I know. Fix the anybody tonight. I believe in my decision to invest in the story, darling. And I believe you've collected enough inspiration over the past few days. Catastrophe draws near and death is right before our eyes. Surely your god loves material like that. Alright. Thank you for your time, people. And I wish you well on your future endeavors. That's all from me. Hey, okay. This is interesting then. Let me bump this up real quick. There we go. So from there, so now we know where Abner comes in, like how he was related to the death. And it sounds like he himself wasn't really there, but his cameras were. And so that's kind of like, and we have the realization of like how he ties in with this. And he definitely feels like he has a lot more like guilt and regret, but he wasn't necessarily, is culpable the right word? He doesn't feel like he's necessarily like at fault for the death like a few of the others were. Steven, interestingly enough, he was the one that okayed the decision to have that extra scene where she was hanging for 5 hours and then had her tragic fall. So Steven, I feel like, still has a bit of culpability or still has a bit of like fault here. Not even discounting Greta in a way, being the whole producer. So it's interesting to see how this will play out from here, because I don't know who it is and who the next one might be. If it's Abner, I'm going to feel bad, because it doesn't sound like Abner was even like at fault in the first place. He was just unlucky. Steven feels like the obvious one, but at the same time, Steven has had like 2 scenes, I think. Steven was here, and I don't think we saw him again until here. So that doesn't seem right. Greta had a big speech. Like, who would have done the killing then? I don't think it's any of those 3. I am leaning towards Tippy as the killer now, but it's interesting that Tippy didn't like have any involvement here at all. It's interesting. What's up, Gabriel? Happy Tuesday, welcome in. Gabriel, I'm gonna say this real quick, and then we're gonna go back to the story. But I was watching a friend of the show, Benny Bloom, was watching the Minecraft 1000 players, rich versus poor that you mentioned last week. It was interesting. I thought it was very reality show-esque. So it will never in a million years pass up Parkour Civilization, but it was interesting. Alright. Now then, let's return to screen. 85, Promises of Reunion. My favorite lead. You once left, but we shall be reunited once more. Never watched Parkour Civ. Is it good? If you liked 1000, if you liked 500v500 Rich vs Poor, this is personal preference, and they're not at all similar. It's just that they're both using Minecraft to tell a story. But I think Parkour Civilization is the better one, in part because it's not trying to be real. That was the thing. The Rich vs Poor had so much dissonance between, like, is this real? And, like, the way that it's shot and filmed and edited makes it seem very reality show and very fake, and I did not like that at all. Parkour Civ at no point is, like, trying to be like, this is real, I'm a real guy in a real Parkour Civ. Like, it's fully like, I woke up in Parkour Civilization. This is how things work in Parkour Civilization. And I love that. It plays it completely straight. It's so much better. IMO. I'd say check it out. Trying to find a place that doesn't exist. I watched that! That was a great one, actually. That was super good. It was the, what, Whiffies or whatever the name is? Is that the one where it's one guy, who's being, like, followed by some kind of force? And then at the end of it, there's just, like, this weird, censored, like, they go through a giant, like, Doors of Heaven-esque thing into this weird, like, censored vision. He's just like, no. And he like, runs away and, like, writes the note that's like, don't turn left at the junction. Don't turn left at the junction. That's fantastic. That beats Parkour Civilization, because it's in and out. It's like 30 minutes to an hour long, which I watched it through the Whiffies video, so there's probably, like, if you watched it raw, that's a different feeling. But, like, I think that was legitimately even better cinema, because it was very much just, here's the story of some weird things happening, and the way that it gets broken down, like, why it is, and the protagonist there feels smart with the way that they, like, set traps, and the way that they're like, hey, that's a cool scythe you have. Unfortunately, I have a pickaxe, and he just pickaxes through something. It's very cute. Like, that might be the best one. This is Bracos. Just lurking until I pass out. Hope you're having a good evening. I am Bracos. I hope you have a good night. I hope you have a good evening yourself. I wish you luck on passing out. Didn't like this aspect of Richard 4, but based on the short clips shown every now and then, I kind of assumed things happen that way. But I'd be reenacted for the video. See, that's the... I agree. That's what it is. Is that I don't like the reenactments, because they add to the feeling of being fake. And, like, the entire time I'm watching it, I'm just thinking, like, how do they get these shots? And the answer is that they probably just reenacted it, but I'm just thinking, like, the way they reenacted it was so over the top. Like, there was a part where they have a reenactment, I guess, of, like, the gates of, like, the big, like, bad civilization on Island 1 at the start, and it has, like, 2 guys standing guard outside of the gates, and I'm like, no one's gonna stand outside, guard at the gate in a Minecraft Civ, like, at hours on end. They play it up, and they heighten the reality so much that it's just like, this is unrealistic, and I do not like that. Like, if you're gonna reenact it, like, I don't know, there's a disconnect there between, like, this is real, and then there's a reenactment, and that's 100% why I didn't like it. Like, just lie and just say, like, this is all scripted or something. Like, the reenactments, I think, are legitimately what killed the interest in there. And, like, they had to, like, get people to voice act, and it's like, or I don't know even if it's voice acting necessarily, but the way they're, like, doing lines and, like, having these big meetings, it's like, it just feels too, it just feels fake. I just was not a big fan of it. Ideas, concepts in there were cool. The overall story is probably cool. It'd be interesting to, like, watch, like, someone take, because people streamed it from the bits of the video I saw. It looks like there were cuts of, like, streamers playing it, and it'd be interesting to, like, see an actual, like, supercut of that, as opposed to the reality TV show re-editing. That's the thing. But yes, the finding a place that doesn't exist, that's so much more interesting. The main villain from the story was the reenactment director. At least that's what it was shown in the credits. That's, yeah. Overall, fairly, high production value. I can see that, but it wasn't for me. Alright, with that though. Speaking of acting, let's go murder. Old Dalton's death and Shelley freezing the cold storage were no accidents. Now Michael and Marion are dead too, in such a horrible way. Who's behind all this? Why all the murders in the first place, and why are they so gruesome? Okay, I originally was on the suspect that Tippy is it. I really hope Tippy's not it now, because I feel like that's such a line that, I don't know, if Tippy should not be the murderer now. If she has this line, this feels too, like, on the nose of just like, I gotta throw suspicion off my tail. Even though Tippy has the same ears as the girl who died, and maybe there actually is gonna be a connection between them at the end of the day, but, like, it's interesting. I don't want, that line is just so on the nose that I really don't want Tippy to be the murderer now. I have a feeling that Michael saw this coming. He looked a lot more serious than usual when we met the night before the murder. He must have figured out the real reason Dalton died, panicked, and decided to get out of here, but now we'll never know what he was hiding. Maybe this all has to do with that accident 5 years ago, but what's really worrying me is that the killer's not even trying to make them look like accidents anymore. What if they're trying to tell us that until the entire truth is brought out to light, nobody is safe? Oh my gosh, sorry Molly. Did my babbling scare you? Don't worry, it doesn't matter if there really is, like, a crazy killer running out there. I'll protect you, no matter how many of them there are. Oh, that's not a Detective Tippy. I was just thinking about what I can do on my end. Huh? Michael's dead now. That doesn't mean what he wanted me to do doesn't matter anymore. The killer might be planning on using the escaped land boats Miss Stone mentioned for their next move. So if we can figure another way out, or put together something that'll get us to the ground, or even just find an exhaust vent, we might be able to get away from this maniac hiding in the shadows and save ourselves during the climax. Molly. Tippy, you were the first person to really open up to me after I joined the crew. Even though I kept messing up and getting you into trouble, You were always there to stand up for me. When Marion would forget my name, you were always ready to give her a proper reminder. You're always looking after me, comforting me, protecting me. So this time, I want to protect you, too. Aww, Tippy smile. The Liberia gives a gentle hug to her most precious friend in the whole crew. Aww. Liberia? I thought those were ears. I did not think those were supposed to be like. I did not think those were supposed to be like little tiny wings. I mean, it makes sense because she's Colombian, but like I legit thought she just had weird ears. Once this is over, we're totally gonna have a movie marathon at your place. 24 hours of nonstop screams, paired with our favorite drinks and fried fin balls. I want to see what the house you grew up in looks like, and meet that sister you're always bragging about. See, I have a lot of suspects here in this case, right? If I had the corkboard, which I should have done for this, that would have been great actually. But like, she has a sister that she's talking about, and that makes me think like, oh, is it Marion? Or not Marion? Is it Moira? Here's a Hibiscus. Because she gets employed by Rhodes Island. There is a history of this. What's up, NC Point? Happy Tuesday, welcome in as well. Don't see the bird accessory on her hat. What bird accessory on her hat? Hold on. Sure. No, go back to Tippy. I was hoping you would like light up Tippy, because I didn't know which specific one you meant. I'm terribly sorry to interrupt your little sorority huddle. Wow. Oh, that's a bird? This little red thing? I did not see that as a bird. I thought like I see that's a beak and that's like a button eye. I don't know what I saw this as. I saw those as like two eyes, I guess. I did not recognize that as a beak on its own. No, that makes a lot of sense. But I legit thought she was like a weird dog. Shoot. Oh wow, Miss Rutherford, what brings you to the prop room? And where's your assistant? Didn't you receive Greta's notice on your terminals? She's already sent out compensation to everyone and officially disbanded the crew. Whether you're scared of the killer, worried about the catastrophe, or want to stay and finish the shoot, we're all free to do as we please. So naturally, it only took a blink of an eye for that spineless assistant of mine to run off to God knows where. Do as we please. Don't tell me, Miss Stone. No, none of the crew even care about the real reason all these murders are happening. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. That's a hey, reference. That's Gone with the Wind. And I don't see why you should either. Surely the reasonable thing to do is escape and leave that to the police. Or, as Greta said, you can leave the truth to whoever feels like playing detective. Thank you, Vin. So, why'd you come looking for us, ma'am? I'm only here for you, Tippy, the background painter. Me? I admire Greta's gumption in wanting to film a catastrophe, and this is a fine opportunity for me as well. But films cannot rely solely on natural phenomena. I know you're more passionate about cinema than most, and you must have heard how important this project is to me. So, I implore you, from the bottom of my heart, to put your talent in ambience building and color matching to work and paint the perfect backdrop for my grand finale. Wow! I mean, I totally love to, but... Aw, where'd you get this outfit from? Oh my god, she's the killer! That's an American Psycho reference! Go help her out, Tippy. I gotta go get Huey Lewis in the news. Hey, Paul! Go help her out, Tippy. Hey, Molly, what's with the raincoat? Are you really going exploring? I swear to God, if it is Moira, she's calling it out too. Hey, Paul, like it's an American Psycho reference right there. Heels up, Keeks. Happy Tuesday, welcome in. Hi, thank you for the drink. It's just raining. Yeah, it's raining Paul's blood. Hey, Molly, what's with the raincoat? Are you really going exploring? Isn't that what Paul says? Like, hey, what's with the raincoat? He's all drunk. Don't worry. I've been part of the prop team for ages now, and I know my way around the plate. I'll be fine. I did have the assumption that, like, Moira was one of my, like, 5 different suspects, but, like, given how many cinema references there are in this, this is... She's bumping up in the rankings right now. Between her sister, which, again, could just be the actress that died 5 years ago, her relationship to Tippy, who likes horror films, so, like, Tippy's a little bit red herring-y, but she has the connection there. Moira definitely feels like a murderer. Oh my god. Remember what we were just talking about? This is something I need to do. Alrighty then. Once I'm done helping out with the backdrops, I'll come find you. Promise. Reckamel? I don't know if I agree with you yet. The best thing about this event is that I like the brevity of it. So, like, even if you did cut out the Lucian bits, like, the Lucian is I don't know, I kind of disagree a little bit, because he's interesting. I like him at the very interesting, and yes, Lucian himself was not connected to the grander story here, but I like him enough that, like, I'm okay with it. He's not taking up that much time. Like, sometimes they have, like, characters in events that, like, yeah, they take a lot of time and they're not really important to the story, and, like, it's just like, oh, it feels like a drag. But every scene in this event is like, they cut out the fat. Everything is so streamlined that even Lucian's scenes, even if they're not connected to the greater murder mystery plot, I don't know, I think I just like them. I like his weird troop leader and, like, his backstory here, and I love the theming of IS2, and it's very IS2 theming. It's actually great. Have a good night, Gabriel. Thank you for popping in. I hope you enjoyed it. He's cute. He's no Viviana. What is that a reference to specifically? In that he's cute, you mean, or? You may enter, Madam Stone. You know it was me before I even opened the door? Yes. I've been waiting for you. Your little investigation the other day forced me to reveal my plan of filming a real catastrophe to the whole crew. The timing couldn't have been worse. Abner and the rest of the crew were already unhappy with me, so I had to make some last-minute decisions. Big decisions. If I wanted to, I could sue you for damages incurred by your active industrial sabotage, Lucian. But I'm not going to punish my cast just to vent or assert my authority. Especially when such actions would only complicate the situation. And then, more murders. The killer even stopped hiding their savagery, and everyone's losing their minds, except for you. You're the same as ever. Cool as a cucumber watching the crowd from a distance. I suppose I can thank the crisis for making it clear that you have other reasons to be here. But none of that's important right now. The crew's been disbanded. You can leave or stay until the date specified in the contract. It's up to you. Your part in this is done anyway. Hardly. The moment you came to find me, you proved that my part in this is not yet done. I can't magic up another Lady Dupont, or bring the 3 Rockefeller brothers back to life. We're running out of both time and manpower, so we need to figure out the best use of our limited resources. Lucian, I'd like you to be the lead for the rest of the film. See? He's got a perfect tie-in now. Like, it was a little bit slow at the start, but it's all building up him, and obviously, I don't know if it's obvious, but to me, it feels like the final boss is not going to be, like, the killer, but, like, the killer, in a way, is probably possessed by the spirit of Lucian's troop leader. Like, there's some weird connections there going on, and so Lucian, as the character, is important to this as well. Like, it's important that he fits in, and again, I think this is my favorite event right now. I was no one suspecting Lucian ever. He's literally the one that killed Alton. Maybe they are, but he's like too much of an outsider. And also, like, I don't know, he just rizzes them, I guess. He just feels very, he feels like he'd be very charismatic and disarming in a way. And it feels like whoever's doing this is, like, crime of passion. Or at the very least, like, not crime of passion necessarily, but, like, there's a reason for doing this. And Lucian has no connection to film as an industry, right? He is specifically from the theater, so it just doesn't, like, it makes sense. Also because he's the main character. Like, at the end of the day, it's because he's the main character, but Keeks, don't worry, he's your protagonist. He's one of your 2 protagonists, I think. Anyway, now I will sleep. She does really well, though, for a character. Rude. I don't even know what that before a character. Lucian gives them that nervous impairment. I love that, by the way. I said that last week, but I was like, why nervous impairment? Why did they bring the Seaborn mechanic back? And then I was like, oh, because stage fright. And I thought that was really adorable. I think that's a really cute thing that they did with this event. I think the murder mystery is interesting on its own without having to involve magic or acting ghosts if they are involved. While I agree, you kind of need to, though, because it's Arknights is the best way to put it. You don't even need to because it's Arknights, but it definitely feels like they wanted to tie Lucian into this, and Lucian has a backstory that involves magic and ghosts. And so that is my big, what's the word? The thing that makes or breaks this actually being number 1 is how the connection between the magic ghosts works in with the acting. And I feel like it's just going to be like, okay, it came to me just now. What I want to happen is that the script is cursed, right? We know from earlier scenes that the script that they're doing is a cursed script, presumably pinned by the playwright, I think is what he's called. I don't know. I never did the last bosses in IS2 because I couldn't beat the bear. But I know the last boss is like the playwright or the script right because of the current Trials for Navigator event. So presumably it's a cursed script. And then I imagine that tied in with someone's strong emotional feelings made it have a perfect convergence. That's what I would like. The idea that someone had this hatred and these feelings to do murder, but they alone weren't enough. And the script was the final thing, the straw that broke the camel's back, that goaded them into doing the murders. I think that's the perfect merging of both the murder mystery and the script. Where, like, everything that happened in the murder mystery is still sound. It's not like anyone went crazy because of the script, but it was just that their emotions were amplified because of the script, inciting them to do the murder. And, like, at the end of the day, it will just be a magnification of emotions. That's, I think, the best way they could, like, merge the two. Was the main set of IS2 as well? You're right, actually. I didn't even think about that. You're right. Those dang giant HP jerks. Oh my god. Oh, I forgot all about that. That makes a lot of sense, actually. I didn't even think about it back then. I was just like, man, these jerks just stink. Because they have so much health. When you're starting out, because I played a lot of IS2, like, I was like a year, maybe 2 into Arknights when I was doing it, and I was just like, these guys are tough. In the first boss of IS2, where there's just a bunch of, like, a merry-go-round of dudes over there, it's just like, I can't do this. I have an interesting taste in fictional men. Well, Arknights might be the place for you then, Keeks. I think it's because of what happened before with the Children of Ursus, that the writing went too realistic that some reasons... Oh, Ben. In the middle of the night, the clacky-clack of typing echoes through the office. A despondent Perro curls up in front of his typewriter. He glances at his latest manuscript and stubs a cigarette out on it. Ending, ending, ending. Lady Dupont needs to die in the ending. After she elopes with the second Rockefeller, they vanish from high society and live in a poetic life on the countryside. But Rockefeller's life of affluence has left too much of a mark on him. He eventually shames Lady Dupont for her empty family name and leaves her. In despair, she slits her own throat. Too realistic. Do they really have to be punished after leaving their extravagant lives behind? This takes place back when Columbia had wealth This takes place back when Columbia had wealth as its highest virtue. Just trying to recreate it and let the audience judge for themselves. The little cigarette burn glows, spreads, and swallows the whole paper up. Stephen takes a deep breath and blows away the ashes. In the end, Lady Dupont chooses none of the Rockefellers. She only wanted to escape her false destiny through marriage, but underestimated just how toxic love can be. The brothers, unbeknownst to each other, each plot their own revenge, and Lady Dupont is killed by 3 different schemes at the same time. Too lowbrow. Getting stuck in a quagmire of love even after not choosing anyone makes it sound like it's fate at work, but it's really just slapping in a trope to patch up the gaps. The final shot of her body being pulverized into nothing would definitely be shocking, but the setup's just too crude. The Dupont family's false claims of being descended from Victorian nobility are finally exposed to the public. No matter how deep the Rockefeller brothers' love for her is, they cannot shield her from punishment. The only time in her life that Lady Dupont is treated as true nobility is when the real Dupont family demands the death penalty for her. It's too neat. All tied up with a bow to show off how deep and meaningful it is, but it lacks any of the madness or romance a film called The Death of Lady Dupont should have. Kind of draft paper. Let me get some more from the filing cabinet. Whoa. Steven slips on a wad of paper he threw to the ground earlier, falling flat on his back. Only now does he notice that the entire office is filled with discarded drafts. There is nowhere left for him to stand. He lies down amidst his aborted ideas, covering his face with his hands as he yells in frustration. Get a Kubricking grip, Stephen Quay. You messed with the ending for 2 whole months now, and don't even have a shitty half-baked scene to show for it. A Kubricking grip? That's a film reference. That's Kubrick. This is your baby. You wrote every damn line in this story. Don't tell me you don't even know what you want to write. If you need to suffer to make a classic, then this must be a goddamn masterpiece, am I right? You got the time pressure of the shooting, the shock of hearing about filming catastrophe, the fear of some maniac going around killing the crew. You got it all, man. What more could you want? God of inspiration, my ass. That was just some stupid excuse to get Gret off your back. Your God ain't coming. You lost his Falcon contract details. Who's there? Yeah, I had a feeling Steven might be next. And I like Steven. No. Well, honestly, I don't care who you are. As long as you can help me figure out this ending. No, Steven wasn't even enough of the story. My me and Arknights. My, like, 3rd version of me and Arknights. No. Man. I do like the Kubrick's confirmed canon in Arknights, though. Which tracks. Like, I feel like Arknights is really goofy, but I do kind of like it when there's like the really obvious, like, one-to-one, like, analogies. Like, in Rankwood, which is a Hollywood analogy, there's, like, some kind of Kubrick, and, like, I'm just imagining, like, what year does, you could honestly just call it 2001: A Space Odyssey, that's fine. Because the year that this takes place is in, like, the 1100s, right? Call it 1201: A Space Odyssey, I don't know. And it just has, like, Dorothy in it. Not Dorothy, it has, Kristen in it, excuse me. Or you'd have, like, The Shining. Honestly, there was a Shining reference earlier, I'm pretty sure. I believe there was. I'm pretty sure there was. I'd have to go back to last VOD, but I think I brought up The Shining last time. Or I brought The Shining up in some other context. Okay. There are some villains here. Can we get a hero? There we go. If we can get both these, if we can light both these up, they'll fight each other. So what we do here is we do this. That will get this. Oh, we have to destroy this, though. You're right, me. Ooh. Wagata. What we can do is, for now, we set this up. That's fine. He can shoot these things down. Then has no specific date. I mean, that's fine. I'm okay with it not having a date. I just meant specifically for, like, the general year that this takes place. For my 2001: A Space Odyssey joke. This could take place years in the future, right? Also, what's up, Leon? Hi, survived. What's up, Leon? Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Once we get that, we need another, who's gonna be directing me over here? We can have Penance direct, that's fine. No, or not direct shoot, technically, but, oh, put this here. It's yeah, it's obvious. Yeah, fight. This mechanic is so goofy, I kind of love it. And also, we can just do this here, can't we? Oh, but they're gonna, we can, honestly, that's insane. She can't do anything here, but she can do a lot of work in a lot of other spots. Yeah, this seems fine. No, not my hero! I kind of like him, honestly. I mean, it's fine, because I assume these guys will just slowly come out here. And if we can, wait a minute, can we, if we light this up as well, will he fight them instead of fighting Kanachi? Yeah, he might, I guess he has infinite range. However, I think oh, he could have fought them off, but I accidentally had Tifon kill him. Oh, my bad. That's on me. Honestly, I think we still win this. This might be an issue, but I could probably just do, that's, I probably should put her up here, actually. Because she mostly just needs to be, like, making sure that nothing dies. I think Penance can, like, hold off on this, but also, like, Vigil is going to be doing damage, Tifon's going to be doing damage. Like, we're going to be stealing kills from Penance, which is not what we want to do. What's up? Oh, he got knocked out. Oh, the nervous impairment, that's right. That's how the mechanic works. But here we do this. This does, yeah, the hero would have done a lot more damage to them. Hey, the hero! Hero Kenzan. Oh, hold on. Hey, Forgot how those guys work. There we go, that should do it. Get him, boys. I don't know what the other guy's health is at. Oh, we are not doing any damage to him. That's better. He's got a lot of defense. Doesn't have a lot of resistance. He revives. I literally saw him do that. I did not internalize that at all. Let's see. I think Chong takes this guy out though. Maybe? He's got a lot of defense. I literally just said he's got a lot of defense, but Chong's got a lot of attack. Got a lot of attack. Yeah, see? He does nothing, but then when he pops off big. Okay. Please don't have Steven die. He was not in enough of this show. But like I said earlier, Steven would be the fifth person to die. Like, he's the next one connected to the script. I've come up with a few initial concepts for Lady Dupont's finale. You're an expert background painter and quite versatile too. I need you to help me put together the best possible scene. Here, these are a few materials I cobbled together. Have a look. Wow! How'd you get all these art references and reference shots? Tint, ambience, design philosophy? You even label all the details of the buildings and how lighting would reflect on different materials. How long have you been doing research for this scene, ma'am? A few years at this point. Time is about the only thing I have these days. It takes a lot more than reading the words off a script to make an excellent film. Director Quay's not even done fixing up the script yet, and you're already coming up with so many ideas for the ending. That lad's certainly taking his sweet time with it, yes. I believe that, both as the leading lady of the death of Lady Dupont, and its investor, I have an obligation to take responsibility for this film. As I said before, the revival of my career in Rankwood will begin once Lady Dupont gets a good, proper death. Loop Karn's Holiday, The Portrait of Aaron Diaz, The Bridges of Kenny March. These mood reference shots are all taken from the film starring Marion Blank, aren't they? Roman Holiday. Oh my god, I should know what this one is. It's a deeper, maybe I don't think I should, but like the portrait of, like I want to say the portrait of Dorian Gray, but I don't think it's the one that they're probably talking about, but it could be. But this is definitely Roman Holiday. I feel like it'd be the portrait of Dorian Gray, but I don't think so. And then the Bridges of Madison County? Is that a movie? Do you like her work? She retired long before you were born. I mean, like, my dad really likes her films. Besides, the classics are classics for a reason, right? Both her acting chops and taste in projects were impeccable. It's kind of surprising to hear you say that. I could have sworn you hated her. Everyone's been comparing you guys for years. Indeed. All those years. Columbia. There she is! Congratulations on winning your 8th Best Actress Award, Miss Blake. Ever since you started your career, you've been at least nominated for an award practically every year. The industry sees you as an insurmountable mountain for fresh new talent to try and climb. Are there any particular up-and-comers you think we should keep an eye on? I appreciate the flattery, but I'm hardly an insurmountable mountain. I'm still climbing my way up myself. There are always plenty of new faces streaming into Rankwood, bringing with talent, and it's hard for me to pick any specific name. How about Melanie Rutherford? I tip my hat to you, Miss Blake. Today I received the award for Best Supporting Actress, 2 years slower than it took you. I've seen all your films. As our reporter friend here said, you really are a natural-born performer. The tallest peak in Rankwood. But only for now. Give me some time, and I will overcome you. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Aw, that's a fun scene. A little rivalry. It's like, you're the best, but I'm gonna be better. Honestly, the turnaround on the lead actress here, on Melanie, it's I kind of like it. I like Melanie when you get introduced to her. She feels very, like a lot of the other characters in this, she feels very aloof and just like, go on, darling, do what you need to do. But I like this scene specifically with Tippy is definitely the one that shows you like she cares a lot more than she lets on. She has this passion inside her that can kind of be hidden by a veneer of being an older actress that seems like she's doing this for the like rivalry reasons, but like not bad rivalry, but like the fun competitive rivalry almost in a way. Wow, Melanie and Marion are really duking it out in this scene. Time to get the popcorn. They've been rivals for a while now, haven't they? It's like they're always racing to get the most awards. So why'd they agree to be on the same project? Shh. Did you forget everything I taught you when you... Did they forget everything you... Yeah. Did you forget everything they taught you when you joined the crew? You rude little shit. Go apologize to Miss Rutherford right now. I'm sorry. Let's not be too harsh on the fresh meat, Melanie. Our films are built upon rules. You've been in the industry longer than I have, Miss Blake. You must have experienced why they're so important firsthand. Courtesy towards the leading lady is something we've had to fight for, role by role, film by film. It's what allowed me, a young girl from the middle of nowhere, to stand in front of you today. Without rules, there will be no standards. How else would we know which of us is the greatest film actress of all time? Which reminds me, I still haven't congratulated you for that Best Actress award you got at Lithuanian's Spire Film Festival a few days ago. That was just a small award ceremony. Meanwhile, your latest film swept every single major award in Rankwood. Again. I still haven't truly overcome you, Miss Blake. I would like to thank everyone for coming to this press conference regarding the eternally shining star. We appreciate your care and concern during this difficult time. The rumors are true. Our film crew really did run into a catastrophe during our shoot. I was injured and I'm still recovering now. Thankfully, we didn't return empty-handed. We managed to hold on to some of our precious footage. But I believe this is heaven working in mysterious ways. It's trying to tell me that it's time for me to bid farewell to the silver screen. As both the lead actress of the Eternally Shining Star and its investor, I'm hereby announcing that neither the film nor my performance will be submitted for a nomination for any awards. I will remain as one last gift. It will remain as one last gift from Marion Blake to her cinephile friends, and nothing more. I won't be leaving Rankwood immediately, of course, just moving into more of a behind-the-scenes role for now. But I doubt I'll be content with that for long. I'm always eager to seek new opportunities, to start a new chapter of my life as Jara Booker Wilson. Oh, you're here too, Miss Rutherford. Could I request a quick interview? Your latest film you're releasing soon, and most were predicting that only you and Miss Blake would be in the running for this year's Best Actress at the Rankwood Awards. So, how do you feel about the announcement of her sudden retirement and the withdrawal of her new movie from the nominations? Does this mean I won? Ooh, that's a really interesting scene. I've been watching Umusume, as we talked about yesterday a lot. I started on season 2, and a big thing, even not just Umusume, but in general, a good sports anime, your rivalry is the biggest thing. And there, I feel really bad for Melanie, because she won, but it was a very empty victory. I play fighting games. That's part of my shtick, right? Fighting pilot extraordinaire. And that's a huge mood. Because you're trying to be the best. You're trying to like win your brackets, whether they be local or like regional or even like your majors. And especially at like a local level, if you have like a rival, if you have someone that's like, oh, they're always getting first, and I'm always getting like second or third, like your goal is not only to get first, but more specifically to get first by beating your rival. And so the idea of like, for instance, I go to like my locals. I go to like a monthly, which is like a monthly tournament that happens. And like, oh, I get second. I'm always losing to this one guy. And then like I go to my monthly, the guy's not there, I get first, and it's like, I got first, but at what cost? Right? Is this an earned victory? It doesn't feel like it. And that's what Melanie's kind of like in that moment. It's just like, I won? But it doesn't feel like that's not the way she won to win. After Jara, Miss Blake retired from acting, you got all those roles as brand spokeswoman and leading actress, and you got invited to be on the judging panels for the big film festivals. But not long after, you suddenly left it all behind because, well, some personal reasons. When you came back last time, nothing was the same anymore. Her retirement gave me quite the shock, but I still believed that I had won fairly through my own talent. I believe that I, too, could become an insurmountable mountain and a legend of the silver screen, one that outshone even her. But in the end, Rankwood's Best Actress Melanie Rutherford let it all go to her head, swayed by the endless praise of the critics, the flattery of the sponsors, and the applause of the audience. Wealth and fame, alcohol and scandal. I lived an indecent life those few years. Yeah, tell me about it. Most tabloids have like zero respect for your privacy. Once I met you in person, I could tell. Maybe you've made a few mistakes here and there, but your love for acting's the real deal. No, do you console me, little Iberry. No one's more acutely aware of my failings than I am. Marianne could switch from a hardened soldier to a poor serving girl and back again, at the drop of a hat. A single dress rehearsal was all she needed to figure out the ideal lighting and positions. But if I were ever to take a single day off, spend 1 hour less on studying the script, or arrive at the rehearsal 50 minutes late, my performance would fall into the gutter. A mere 2 years of living in indulgence was all it took for me to lose the skills I once picked up with ease. I disappointed both the directors and the fans. I never realized just how many unending waves of new talent were looking up to me. Never realized what the position in entertainment Marion had fought so hard to defend actually meant. I thought I could afford to be like her and enjoy the double delights of cinema and life. I thought there'd be no harm in having a little fun after all those years of chasing and competing. It was only then that I finally realized Marion Blake was a truly infuriating genius, in every sense of the term. With her final film and that chance catastrophe, Marianne received a revelation to retire from cinema, and all I could do was sigh. Even unknowable Mother Nature was on her side. But now that you're lead actress again, you got the chance to win back everyone's trust. I mean, you're even getting to film alongside Catastrophe too. You're right. I've spent more than a decade piecing my self-confidence and acting skills back together. I could very well be but a single step away from the top again. Greta's offer to give me the part of Lady Dupont couldn't have come at a better time. And now, even her grand ambitions have left me a special little gift. Come to think of it, the lady is a rather fitting role for me. Surely she knows her brother is lying to her. Surely she has doubted her last name once or twice. But no. She unconsciously clings to her glamorous life, refusing to accept the mediocrity of her birth. She prays desperately that she is special and that she is talented. I wonder, what sort of ending will she face amidst the storm? Miss Rutherford. Yes? We should watch some horror flicks together. Horror flicks? If you want to climb your way back up to the top, you can't limit yourself to copying Miss Blake, right? Like, you've always had pretty different styles of acting. We're gonna put together a finale more powerful than the one in Lupicar and Holiday, and Lady Dupont's name will go down in cinema history. Very well, then. Also, I'm sure you know what happened between you and Miss Blake better than I do, but I bet she meant it when she said you'd surpass Marion Blake one day. She might still think so even now. You might be right. He's alive. That's a good sign. This lines I'm reading, that's not a good sign, though. Are you real, or just a figment of my imagination? Am I really being visited by the god of inspiration here? Is it gonna be the troop leader? Don't tell me I've gone crazy from working on this script. Madness can transform ink on the page into sweet fruit, or allow a stiff mind to wander freely across the wilderness of time and space. You cower in the corner of a dark room, forced to chase a deadline even after witnessing a string of brutal murders. Yet, for all of your soul-searching and brain-racking, you've come up with only 3 endings for Lady Dupont. Hardly the work of a madman. No. I promised Greta that I'd have an ending that'd impress everyone by tonight. The only people left are those insane enough to risk their lives for cinnamon. They're waiting for me. But they bet on the wrong man. The realm of art only accepts natural-born geniuses, not some dried-up piece of crap slaving away at a typewriter. The death of Lady Dupont. You already have the most captivating ending for this story, just from its title. While the shocking brilliance of her death will certainly fade after the film is copied reel after reel. But Rankwood, after all, is a factory hawking such fantasies all across Terra, is it not? You are a nation of liars, fooling even yourselves. Even the Colombian Dream was born from a promotional film for a pioneer project, after all. Just to be clear, I care for neither political metaphors nor realities. Only that you have deeply misunderstood the essence of performance. Drama can change lives, but it would never be used in such a mechanical way. But by setting death as Lady Dupont's ending, you show you still possess an intuition for drama. Intuition? No. When I was a student, I hated dragging death into the stories I wrote. I thought of it as a cheap trick, only good for plugging up holes in the plot or squeezing the right emotions out of an audience. Actually talented writers could give a film a proper climax without it. Then what changed you? A shocking memory? Or perhaps some phantom pain you cannot recall? I had the same problem 5 years ago when I was working I had the same problem 5 years ago when I was working with Greta on another project. She didn't mince words. She told me the back half of the script was too dull and audience She told me the back half of the script was too dull and the audience would be falling asleep. If we didn't change it, it'd bomb at the box office. So I shut myself in my office just like I do now, pushing my mind to the brink of a collapse but getting nothing out of it. And then Laura fell and died. An opportunity straight from heaven. The perfect plot device. Just as Greta expected, the rest of the film was panned by critics. But that scene alone became an overnight sensation. To the point that you started to see death as more than a cheap trick. Rather as the most sincere form of expression, brimming with artistry. Yeah. Seeing how you've had that sudden realization, all that has happened on this plate should provide you with nourishment. A death while shooting, a deadly hallucination, bodies hanging from beams. With all this to inspire you, why not write them into your story and let the same drama be performed both on and off the screen? Because they're still not good enough. Then what about turning away from those who have already exhausted their possibilities? What do you mean? Who else in your story can ignite a spark in Lady Dupont's bosom? Who is distant enough from all their grudges and resentments, yet still able to bring about the most drama, as well as the best of performances? The messenger. It's the messenger who brought the bad news. He's the very trigger for Lady Dupont's new fate. Vengeance or repentance? Lady Dupont has a new choice to make, and at the same time the messenger must contend with the consequences of intervening in another's destiny. This is it. This is the ending I wanted. Lucien. Yeah. I'll have Lucien be the star of the final scene. You want me to be the lead actor? That's right. I can't say I understand you, but I have a feeling that even if I hadn't approached you, you would have come to me anyway. You have the most potential of any actor I've ever seen. The messenger doesn't have much screen time, but your performance added a complex and delicate core to a role that was originally a nothing burger. And I'm sure that whatever your goal here is, you won't be leaving before the shoot ends. If so, Then why not do me a favor and help me out with this? I'll give you time to think it over, of course. So far, it's just a thought that I had, and haven't spoken to Steven about it yet. He promised me the finished script by tonight, but honestly, I'm not optimistic. If only that god of his knocked on his door. I see. Changing the focus of the messenger was the only way to steer the plot towards brilliance. I can already imagine the shock in everyone's faces when they read the new ending. Well, once I'm done with it. But... So you've had a lot of direction notes for his lines. Most of them are, quite detailed. Will you give me advice on my writing just now? You mentioned the quirks of Lucian's performances, where he likes to put pauses in dialogue. You even told me which angle suits him best for close-ups to capture his most subtle expressions. What kind of lighting best highlights his unique character? It's like you've known him for a long, long time. Maybe even taught him. So, how did you know all these things about Lucian? You called for me, troop leader. Come with me, playwright. The final act is underway, and as always, the entirety of the audience is enraptured by the performance on stage. It's rare for Whiteflower to return to the stage. Will you not toast to her once the performance is over? What of Blood Diamond and the Abyss? They are merely supporting roles this time. All their scenes have already concluded. The rotting stage mechanism has spread the blood of the magician's assistant and the chosen lucky audience member all over the stage. Their corpses have been stuffed into prop boxes, set afloat in the river to disappear forevermore. The magician herself completes her final show as she treads on a stage yet slick with blood. Blood Diamond and Abyss should have chiseled their way out of the boxes by now, and be on their way back to the stage for the curtain call, alongside Whiteflower the magician. Should they now? And here I was, thinking those two children have turned performance into reality, disappearing forevermore. As I recall, this was a new scene you added half a year ago while revisiting the script. During a night you claimed to have had a revelation. Leader, come with me, playwright. The show is far from over. He is my favorite leading man. He once left me, but in the end, we shall be reunited.
C'est terminé.
That's him! Murder in a film studio, what's that for? Wait. Why did I get that? That feels like a weird one to get. I did not read the manga beforehand, NC Point. I've not read the manga, nor did I do the last bits of IS. So any of the like the lore story from that, I'm gonna be missing out on, unfortunately. What was the medal I got for? Clear 85 with a 3-star rating and have the hero sidekick engage in mutual combat. Okay, nice, cool, sick. In a way, death is ever present in art. As what is art but a struggle against death? Ooh, very nice, Hibiscus. I do like that, actually. I'm glad that Steven is not going to be killed and instead is the one basically plotting the demise. He was a Kiwi. Happy Tuesday, welcome in. Murder, I barely know her. I barely murder. Wait, that's not how that works. That works so well. this story is so nicely put together. And yes, that's I'm now interested in like who did the killing then? Like how does this tie in together? Did Steven do the killing? Was it the troop leader that did the killing? Like this is now like this is the thing that like will tie everything together, whether or not it works for me or not. But I will say the troop leader coming to Steven's door and being like, "Hey, here you go. Here's your script." That worked really well for me. Like Steven turning to someone and like the way that the film from 5 years ago, that it was that final scene with death. The idea that Steven's like, "Oh, I'm not gonna be about death. I'm not gonna be about death." Like, ooh. But the death is what like arguably saved that film in a way. Very interesting. And honestly, I think the biggest thing is there are a few ways that the movie within a game can play out. And I would love it if when this film does get made, assuming it actually gets made and gets put in theaters and then people get awards for this, which it might not because of, you know, the murders on set. But Steven currently is struggling with the idea of the death of Lady Dupont. Of like, it's called the death of Lady Dupont. Lady Dupont has to die in it. Like, he was like, how does Lady Dupont die? And I think what I would really like to happen in this movie within a game, is I want it to be a symbolic death. Because Lady Dupont is not real, is what they learn. Because okay, strip away act or die, and let's look at the death of Lady Dupont. Because I'm actually really interested in like the story within a story now, and it is that Lady Dupont is like, I am a rich Victorian noble. The messenger comes to her door, and is like, hey, actually, you're not a noble. See ya. And I think that if Steven does get himself together, and if he is able to write a good ending for this, that the ending should be that Lady Dupont has a symbolic death, and that she no longer lives as Lady Dupont, but as someone else, right? As, like, maybe she takes the name of the second brother that she wants to marry. Maybe she finds what her original birth name was. But I would love that as a symbolic death. Not to go full on story within a story right now, but like I got really interested in like Steven talking about like she needs to die, and it's like what if she doesn't need to die? What if you can like rekindle that bit inside of you, Steven, that doesn't want to kill people, that you think murder is crass in your stories? Because I feel that. I get that. It's like if you're gonna murder someone in a story, you better make it count. Eh? Acer die. Isn't that one of the endings Steven said earlier? Hold on, what were he said 3 endings, and I think they all ended with her dying, right? There was, yeah, oh, technically yes, Ben, but in that one, she ended up taking her own life. So technically that ending, but without her taking her own life, would be it. The fact that, like, the way that they played that one out, that specific one, was that, yeah, she married the second Dupont brother. They lived out in the country, but then she took her own life. I think I like that without the taking her life part. Like, I think he was kind of cooking there. He just kind of, like, fell off the end, where there should be an ego, I don't know if ego death is the right term for this, but there should be, like, a shedding, a freedom from losing her old name and embracing a new life, as opposed to losing your old name and being like, oh, shoot, that was my name. I don't know what to do. All right. 86, rewind the monologue. She dances. Regardless of her ultimate fate, her soul has experienced 100,000 lives. Oh, they're talking about Miss Christine. I assume. Why does this look familiar? This vaguely reminds me of in Near Automata. There's like a tower of TVs in near the carnival area. I guess that's what that reminds me of. A petite Zalek gropes around in the darkness as she traverses the pitch black plate layer. I see how it is. The structure and systems look complex, but once you figure out the theory behind it, even a prop maker can operate it. For example, here. Adjust its direction first. Then set a time. pull down the lever, open the gate, and... done. Good. Just like I thought. This way I'll have nothing to worry about, even if something unexpected happens. Now, there's just one last thing to do. I need to go find her. Wasn't it Il Circusano? Was that like near the very, very end of Il Circusano Kiwi? Where there's like a control room that like they're like it's right in like the part 9, part 10 last story bit, where it's like that's the control room for the plate that they're on. I guess, yeah, that makes sense. That's a plate control room then. Yeah. That's where she is, yeah. Makes sense. I'm sure you have reservations, Lucian. The plate's in a crisis and everybody's in danger. I wouldn't trust a cold-hearted producer who is demanding the shoot go on either. We do not need to trust each other. You're not wrong. In my 20 years in Rankwood, I've never trusted a single person I've worked with. I trust only in my own judgment. I invited Melanie right when she most needed an opportunity. I saw right away at that auction that you were an acting genius, and I was sure Abner would join the crew even though he hates my guts. I even still believe that Laura's death 5 years ago was the only way to save that movie. You had nothing to do with the accident, but you still made use of her death. She was a talented rookie, eager, hardworking, and full of passion for cinema. It's just that sometimes that enthusiasm got to her head and made her break a few rules. Steven was still green back then, and the shoot wasn't going as planned. Halfway through the project, I knew that film would burn through all my assets and leave my reputation in tatters. I needed an external factor to help me solve that crisis. Laura's death. Using the media to hype up the accident would be too predictable. Those busybodies would just sigh and forget all about it the moment they moved on. So I used a lot of money to squash the police investigation and media's attention, along with a healthy amount of hush money to Laura's family. I got the editor to keep the footage of the fall that Abner captured on camera and turned it into the climax of the film. Even now, there are some people who still think she was just an acting genius who retired early. You covered up her death. I immortalized her in film. Someone will eventually notice what you did. Every year on the day of her sacrifice, I go visit her. 5 years, and I'm the only one who brings flowers to her grave. Do you not feel guilt? I'm certainly to blame for it, but now is not the time for repentance. Right now, there's only one thing on my mind. Finishing this film. Once the death of Lady Dupont is screening, the murders on set are bound to get the media's attention. I'll take that chance to officially release the truth behind Laura's death. When that time comes, there'll be a lot more people grieving for her, and that's when I'll bear the blame. Hope you realize that I didn't confess all that to you on a whim. You want to use the truth to make a deal. When I first met you, I thought it was fate throwing me a bone, throwing me a big present on my lap before shooting started. But it was your behavior after you joined the crew that proved to me you're no ordinary man. Dalton died right in front of you, but you kept your cool. You even looked forward to future filming. After you discovered my plans to film a catastrophe, you took the perfect opportunity to leak those plans to the camera assistant most likely to spill them. And now, with the crew officially dismissed, almost everyone is feeling desperate. Except you. You were waiting in your room for me to visit, as if you're no stranger to sudden death and tragedy. Who are you exactly? And why did you agree to join my film crew? I was enticed by your script. No more, and no less. Sure. The way things are now, interrogating you about your history isn't going to help my shoot. But I was hoping you would repay my honesty in kind. I still believe in my vision, Lucian. No matter what I find out about you, no matter how suspicious, I will never withdraw my invitation for you to be my male lead. But if you really can't explain why you're here, if you got your sights on something way over my head, If you think Laura's death and everything it caused 5 years ago down the line are the real story being filmed on this plate, and you're here for that, then I, Greta Stone, would like to invite you again. Please, be our next leading man, Lucian. If that is your wish, then it is mine as well, Madam Stone. Greta, send a compensation to everyone and officially disbanded the crew. Whether you're scared of the killer, worried about the catastrophe, or want to stay and finish the shoot, we're all free to do as we please. Finish the shoot? Greta's still thinking about her movie right now? She must have noticed the connection between the murderers of the crew and the one 5 years ago. So she's doing it on purpose. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. And I don't see why you should either. Or as Greta said, you can leave the truth to whomever feels like playing detective. The truth. The cast and crew both mercilessly bully newcomers. The producer even massaged a tragic and fatal fall into a scene that straddles the line between truth and a lie. If you will not repent for what happened 5 years ago, nor make your deeds known to the public, do you believe yourself innocent, Greta? Have you forgotten how you edited Laura into your film, all so she could die over and over again with every showing? You must pay the price. That's like the killer's in our monologue then. Who's the killer then? A bulge on the bed is faintly outlined by the dim nightlight. The person beneath the blanket is fast asleep, ignorant of the judgment about to fall upon her. Fast asleep? That desecrator of the dead? Forgetter of sins? Ignorer of warnings? How could Greta sleep so soundly? Someone quietly creeps closer to the bed, pulling a razor-sharp dagger out of a sleeve. Slender fingers grip its hilt tightly, lifting the terrifying weapon high into the air. I don't even want to hear your confession. I don't even want to hear your screams. Just go away already. You must pay. This feeling. It's not right. The blanket is lifted up. There is nobody under it, aside from a black shadow. A shadow? How can a shadow exist on its own? The intruder steps back a bit, and the shadow slowly condenses into a familiar shape. Miss Christine. A trap. So, we finally meet. I welcome you, my elusive guest. Is it really you? Hey, okay. Hey, Paul! I was right, okay. I feel like if I had to go through like bit by bit and say what my assumption for killer was, I think my most recent one was definitely Moira. It all tracks, cool. Oh, also IS2 theme playing. Moira, the most dedicated crew member. The most dedicated member of the crew was actually a 3-time murderer? It should have been 4. When did you find out, Lucian? The first to notice your abnormal behavior was Miss Christine, not me. In that very first scene after I joined the cast, she intruded upon the shoot. She rarely approaches anyone other than me, but she approached you. But since then, she has made contact with you many times. Tippy believes she decided to accompany you as you watched movies in the prop room because she likes the both of you. That is only half correct. Miss Christine was only ever interested in you. Look, Even now, even as you hold that dreadful dagger, she still stands by your side. That's the face! Ridiculous. Oh, she got the killer eyes! Ridiculous. Don't tell me that's your only reason to suspect me. Just because this mysterious creature is fond of me. Or maybe she only does what you tell her to. She is your pet, after all. Moira looks into Miss Christine's deep blue eyes as Miss Christine gives those eyes back. Moira looks deep. Yeah. The very next moment, she no longer has conscious control over herself. Joy, sorrow, anger, all sorts of emotions roil through her heart before finally settling into a blank void, one that terrifies anyone looking into it. You continue to misunderstand her. As I've explained before, none may interfere with her intentions and actions. I do not merely mean that she is a free-spirited by nature, but rather, nobody has the ability to interfere with her. It is she who possesses the ability to influence others. The mysterious black creature nonchalantly licks her paws. Moira finds it difficult to reconcile the Miss Christine she sees now with the enormous pressure she felt earlier. Miss Christine is extremely sensitive to emotions. No carefully buried pain or flicker of malice escapes her notice. Over countless years, she has wandered across all of Terra, tasting the entire spectrum of feeling. Rather than any particular flavor, she prefers a blend. And her judgment is derived from instinct rather than logic. It does not err. Solving a murder without even discovering a motive? Should I congratulate you? Vengeance. For who? For the ghost entangled in the minds of the majority of the crew. Madam Stone, the one who stands before you now, is a relative of that rookie actress Laura, who fell to her death 5 years ago. One who loved her dearly. Her little sister. Hey. It really was, like, the sister thing was my initial, like, it could be her. And yeah, like, the raincoat was definitely, they pushed it over the edge. Like, the way that she popped up with that raincoat sprite, that felt like way too on the nose. And I was like, could it be? And it ended up being one. It's actually kind of crazy. I thought Harmonica sent like a fan edit of Miss Christine. No, that's not even the first time we saw that one. We saw that same, like, Miss Christine giving the eyes last time too. Oh god. Low key though? It's gonna go crazy. He gets a free charge off this. Now it gets a little bit rough. I should have put him here. I should have put Texas down there. Whoops. Colombian psych. Hey, that's the joke, Huey. Nice. We found the joke. Oh, that's actually really good. Yeah, I shouldn't put Chong there. I made a mistake. Honestly, do I just do this? I think that covers the entire lane. Like, speed this up a little bit. We can get Chung to pop off. He can like destroy these two, which is gonna be nice.
Nature should not be disturbed.
But honestly, we might not even need that. I think we just clear everything.
Are they the ones who caused such destruction and started all this?
No, mannequin cannot be blocked. Damaging units along its path. Stops and gains 6% fragile when it enters the filming area. That's true. I'm not filming anything right now. Oh, hold on. Oh, I need to be filming to make him stop. How fast is he? He feels like a character that could be really fast. He's not that fast actually, which isn't bad. I can see in like the EX stages if they make him like really fast, that would kind of suck.
Bad lad. You ran into me.
Whoopsie. I don't think about that.
Entendez ma voix.
Siamo sotto i riflettori!
There we go.
In attesa non puoi fermarmi.
Wait. Sean, get him. Does he just stop the entire time? Or does he only stop for like a certain amount of time? He's stopping for a while here. Damn, okay.
Punitive shadow.
Oh, what's interesting though is they get stage fright, so they turn the way that I don't want them to turn. So I need to get the camera. Oh, it would be. Oh, interesting. Oh. Wait, no, that's not how it works.
Ricevuto.
Weeping Angel Arknights real.
Prenderò io il controllo se salta fuori qualcos'altro.
Oh, yo, I forgot about the. Wait! Ah, this little jerk! Did that way too late for that. Oh, God.
Grasp this tightly in your hand and run. Don't look back. I will take care of things here.
I don't know, I've definitely seen movies where mannequins move. Technically, all stop motion is mannequins moving. I guess, arguably, if you want to, all stop motion is mannequins being weeping angeled. Because if you think about it, like, you take photos of them moving bit by bit by bit.
Stay close. Don't run off.
The weeping angels are a stop motion creature confirmed.
Sguainate le spade.
Yeah, doing that gets me a Chong. Chong can like deal with these guys. We do want to deal with.
Non puoi
Yeah,
fermarmi.
we'll send this here because this feels like a more
Alliarmi a
important
portata di mano.
bit to deal with, for lack of a better word. We still want a healer, so we'll put that there. We'll put Tifon somewhere, but for now this is fine. Seems good. Sorry, you can go here just as a extra healer, even though I don't think we really need her there. That should be 5. Perfect. So Chong's popped off. Now we can deal with this here. Mannequins moving toy story. I mean, that's a good point. See, like, oh yeah, are mannequins toys? Is that like where you're going with? How big? That's a really good question. How big does a toy need to be to not like? What's the biggest toy in Toy Story? Like, does Toy Story have like, you know, that red and yellow car? Like, that's technically a toy. But I feel like there was one of those in Toy Stories, but I don't think it moved. What determines whether a toy gets sentience or not?
Sarà una passeggiata.
Ti stai aspettando?
Simpaticne.
Out of my
We're gonna have these to help clear this bit here, but belief. That's true. That's literally that's what Toy Story 4 is about, isn't it? The little like spoon that they just make into a toy, and it's just like ah! Ooh. I don't know how I feel about this actually. So if I believed hard enough, and I guess I would have to be a kid as well. But if a kid believed hard enough, they could turn a mannequin into a living toy. That'd be kind of cool, actually. Make Toy Story 5. I want to see that.
You saw nothing.
Questa caccia sta durando decisamente troppo.
With that there, we should be good now.
Need speed to succeed.
5 left. We're gonna just put Penance here. Penance can just fight anyone that comes out of here.
What you need of nature should not be disturbed.
Beautiful, got it.
Mission accomplished.
Believe hard enough. Can you turn a sandbox live? Oh God, how do you think that would work? You would it be every individual grain of sand, like, and they'd all just be like, me, 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 like a bunch of small little pieces of sand together, or would it just be like the sand is like the blood of the sandbox, and the entire sandbox would like move as like, hello, I'm a sandbox. I mean, that's basically what they did with the spoon in 4, so it tracks. Oh God, Yeah, Toy Story 4 really did just open up the can of worms for, like, you could just make life. It's a very horror story when you think about it. If you ever feel alive, that means someone believed you were amusing. That's true! That's what I'm here for. Only from your guys' belief in me am I here today. If you guys immediately stop thinking about me, I just go out of existence. And you guys are here because I believe in you, or someone else out there believes in you. It's a sick, twisted Ouroboros of belief. Santa's teeth, the box's body. Ooh. I'm just imagining like sandy teeth now, and it's just like, ooh. Okay. Moira the murderer. Moira sounds a lot like murder when you think about it. So, out of all the choices Miss Stone gave us after disbanding the crew, you chose to play detective, Lucien. No need to bluff. I know you're not afraid of me exposing you. If it would let more people know the truth behind Laura's death and the conduct of the film crew, you would have gladly exposed yourself given the right opportunity. But not right now. It's over. It's over, Moira. You hid yourself well. A simple identity and an innocent facade were the ideal cover for you. During nearly all the murders, you were with Tippy. That painter trusts you deeply and was always happy to provide you an alibi, even as you left your meetings partway through. Looking back, every accident has involved you in some way. Dalton's death was caused by Prof. Knight being switched, which led to the former prop master being dismissed. You naturally took over his work, which affords you even greater opportunities for crime. As for the second accident, when Shelley walked into cold storage. No, she had intended to kill her before that, but failed. Do you remember how Shelley had a hallucination and interrupted the shoot, Madam Stone? While she was rooted in place, unable to move, a heavy container fell from above. You saved her. Moira single-handedly held onto the rope, preventing the two of you from being harmed. But it was not out of the kindness of her heart. At the time, everyone was focused on Shelley's antics, and very few people noticed the dangling container, let alone rush to the other end of the rope. Right. Only the one who tampered with the rope in the first place could have reacted that quickly. The failed attempt revealed to all that Shelley suffered from hallucinations, which you took advantage of. I knew her deepest nightmares. She mistook me for my sister Laura, and babbled all her sinful secrets to me. But even to the very end, she never repented. Instead, she began to blame Laura for crossing the line. She had to die. As for Marion and Michael, Michael only ever treated me as an innocent little errand girl. He never figured out I was after his life, even entrusting me with the important matter of sneaking out of the plate. And Marion, she never felt the slightest guilt for what happened 5 years ago. She had to die. Escape? Nobody can escape. Do you know just how much suffering and malice my sister had to endure? Yet all she ever talked about was how much experience she was getting, and how happy she was to be part of the cast. Whenever I was worried I wouldn't make it as a prop maker, whenever I suddenly shed tears as the crew ostracized me, she would use herself as an example to comfort me, to encourage me. But it was only after she died that I learned what the experience you gave her really was. How dare you look at me like that, Greta? Are you doubting what I just said? Surely you haven't forgotten how you bribed the police and the media and suppressed the news of Laura's death. You even turned her accident into a mockery of the truth in a movie. How could she possibly rest in peace after that? No, Moira. Madame Stone has not forgotten her deeds. Rather, she is doubting your identity. My identity? A prop maker. An unremarkable Zalek. An avenger of crimes unanswered. Laura had no younger sister. That's okay, this is really fun. Hold on. This is really fun. Here's the connection. I'm okay with this. Here's where you get the fantasy of Lucian's story connecting with the reality of Laura from 5 years ago. I like that. I like that twist actually. Cause I pointed out, I was like, well, the silhouette it looked like Tippy a little bit. Cause it had the ears. And it makes sense. I was like, okay, so that'd be like a Liberi. So I was like, a Zalek. A Zalek's an interesting one to like be. She didn't really have a Zalek silhouette. Oh, this is fantastic. Look at me, I'm Woody. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Kiwi. You can pull my string and I'll say the words you need me to. You can pet me or throw me against the wall, aka smack me. Harmonica said it the best like over a year ago. This like streamers are just Nintendogs when you think about it. But oh my god, I love that. Laura had no younger sister. She was never a part of your life. What? What are you saying? What kind of interrogation is this? 5 years ago, after the accident, I gave Laura's family compensation. I even hired people to scour her entire family history and their circumstances. Also, I could guarantee that none of them would ever leak the truth, not even her most distant relatives. After Lucian told me the truth he had deduced, I was still in disbelief. So I pulled out the list of Laura's family members and checked it again. I regret to inform you, there was no Moira on that list. You're lying! I can explain everything that has happened to you, but you will need time to accept it. So put down the dagger, Moira. It should not be yours. Put it down? It's far too late for that. What was that? "999! The ship is sinking! What's with the sudden earthquake? Somebody save me! Did the plate hit something? If I'd known this was coming, I'd have skedaddled out of this place already. Oh, what the hell's going on here?" Crew members stream out of their rooms into the crowded corridor, none with the slightest idea what was happening. That's why she was in the control room earlier! Lucian's shadow passes by a bevy of curses, complaints, laments, and prayers before arriving at the end of the corridor. He looks out the window. Hey guys, doesn't it feel like this plate is speeding up? That's why she was in the control room. That makes I forgot all about her being in the control room for a second. Oh no! Moira locks the door. Wait, where is she? Wait, how did she get away from? After the thing shook, did Phantom just run away? And then what? Like what? What do you mean Moira locks the door? She does not know if the man named Lucian will catch up to her, or how long it would take. The room shakes violently, letting her know that the sabotage she performed had taken effect. The cockpit is destroyed, the engine's output is locked to its highest setting, and its route is set. The studio plate speeds up as it approaches the nearby catastrophe, and shows no signs of stopping. In a few hours, they will find themselves with the misfortune of facing a storm. No. A trial. The vast majority of this cast and crew had to answer for the accident 5 years ago. For the death of her sister. Laura had no younger sister. She was never a part of your life. What was he talking about? Moira mumbles to herself incessantly. She sifts through the piles of junk in the prop room and finds an old VCR. She sets it up and pulls out a videotape from one of her inner pockets. A videotape she has watched countless times. She presses down on the play button. What the fuck is this? The smile of the young woman appears on the screen. Laura. My sister. You're real. Tell me you're real. I know whenever you laughed, there was a dimple in only your left cheek. You had big eyes with light green irises that were always so gentle when you looked at me. You could peel an entire apple without breaking its skin in 30 seconds. Whenever you were happy, you'd whistle a big, strong... You use arts to make small ice crystals to use as hair clips. You told me about your life in Rankwood. How your very first role got edited down to only 3 seconds of screen time in the final cut. You told me about how much you struggled just to get a few more scenes. While a few assholes talked about you behind your back. Most of the crew still looked after you. You told me how, even though you came from a small town where you couldn't even buy a VCR, even though you had to learn a lot of things from scratch, even though opportunities that are easy for others to get are far out of reach for us, we still shouldn't be discouraged. You never mentioned how much bullying you had to suffer through, how much pain you endured. You would go on and on about how beautiful the sunrise in Rankwood was, looking toward the future with such firm eyes. You also had times when you were sad, even though you only ever mentioned how homesick you felt at night, when all was quiet and the only ones kept you company were the twin moons low in the sky. You told me how alike we were, how you had my back and would support me forever. Ever since we were little. Moira suddenly stops. She shakes her head, like mad, trying to force more details out of her memory. But she can say no more. She finds her memories of Laura have an unusually distinct cutoff point. They had never run through the grass together, hand in hand. They'd never fallen asleep in each other's arms as their parents sang to them. As she trawls further back through her memories, every image to do with her sister is simply blank. The videotape ends. The television screen goes dark. Moira sees her own face reflected in it. Tears silently stream down her cheek. You were never a part of Laura's life. Laura was never a part of yours. But if that's really true, then what do you even have left, Moira? Who are you? First the serial murders, and now this morning's mysterious explosion. The hell's going on here? That was great art. Seeing the presumably Laura directed in it, and then you have Moira, like, after it ends, you see Moira in there. That was fantastic. What's up, Alright Project? Happy Tuesday, welcome in. Thank you, by the way. I need to get more water after this episode is done. Because Unlucky Stagehand is the... If you become unlucky, it can wrap back around being unlucky. It can wrap back around to being lucky. Like, they're unlucky, but they're not, like, dead unlucky, you know what I mean? Oh my god, that's great. So now, yeah, is it like parasocialism? Is it like a fabricated memory? I want to say it's fabricated memory. That'd be more interesting to me, because that would be able to tie in the Lucian story with the Laura story in a good way, but... Why is the wind so strong? Oh, right. According to schedule, today's the day we're filming the catastrophe. Houghton stands in the street on the exterior set. Thanks to the nearby storm, the once colorful background walls are covered in a layer of dust. She never expected to experience so many twists and turns after joining the film crew. She's only ever thought about making movies. As for actually being in one, she can't stand the idea of it. That's... the catastrophe Mrs. Stone wanted to film. Earlier, the catastrophe everyone was making such a fuss about had simply been a faint gray dot out in the wastes. Now, it is condensed into a storm that blots out the sky. A storm that refuses to allow onlookers to tear their gazes away from it. Small-scale spirals of wind form from originium dust circle around the plate, visible to the naked eye. I gotta say, it really is a spectacular sight. I saw a scene like this in a movie theater. Oh, please, Tara, bless us. I've had such bad luck. Please, just let us finish filming safely. Oh, who cares about the shoot? A safe return to Central Rankwood is good enough for me. Oh, please. The plate responds to Houghton's prayer with an even more unusual than earlier sound and shaking. Oh, what the Hitchcock was that? Houghton has wondered many times before. If she were actually in the middle of a catastrophe, what would she hear? The howling of the wind? The roar of explosions? The shrieking of the panicked crowd? Yeah, it turns out it's none of those. It's the sound of walls and metal structures being squashed as flat as an empty can, one after the other. It is a sound that instills extreme terror in the oh-so-fragile humans who begin to worry their organs, bones, and blood vessels will suffer a similar fate. The turbulent sky licks against the edge of the plate, tearing sets that once starred in classic movies to shreds with the wind, before flinging them out into the wasteland. Houghton moves aside the scaffolding that had fallen on her, but finds her legs too weak to muster the strength to move. No, Houghton, no! I like this NPC. Don't kill them. She looks at the devastation in a daze, barely able to believe her eyes. My god. How did we already get so close to the catastrophe? You can't have Houghton die.
A battle without an
She's
explosion
basically
or
a mob
cheering
character.
makes
She looks
me
so
feel a
cute.
little
No.
uneasy. Let's head back. A drink? Maybe next time.
Oh, heavens. Oh, Hitchcock. Here, real quick. Gonna back out. Grab these two. Alright. So here's the plan. I'm gonna refill my water bottle because I need more water in this thing. When we get back, we're doing two things. A, we're continuing Act or Die, and B, we get a tenner on this bad boy. I didn't get it last week. We're only throwing a tenner in. We're not like doing anything crazy, but like, I feel lucky. But until then, see you soon. How do I actually haven't had to do like a BRB on the screen yet, so I guess I just do I really should get like a BRB screen, but until then, see y'all.
疲れたら寝ればいいよ。深く考えちゃダメ。
All right, I am back. Hi. Okay. Sushu, let's jam it. Before I do this, to build suspense, I gotta do my base stuff first.
壁の映画ポスターを少し撤去できないか。
Done. The build at the moment. 10 rolls.
おはよう、ドクター。
Condensed into one. 3 options. Blue bag, gold bag, fire bag. Oh, real? Did it always do this? I don't know. I don't do raw 10 pulls that much. I thought it only grabbed from this if you had all 10 of them. Huh. Or technically 4 options. The ever mysterious white bag. But Sorcerer, you know what I'm gonna say? I don't know how to say welcome home in French, so bonjour. Ah. Not even a tippy. Oh. Well. It hurts only a little bit. Only a little bit. Well, I get it next time, champ. 87. Blood Diamond Song. I cannot hold back any longer. Are the stages getting redder? They are, because it's A, the catastrophe, and B, they're becoming more like IS-2 in a way. Hit it. What the? This is Greta's plan for the shoot? The originating storm's right in front of our faces. What are we, some sort of suicide? Okay, that one's probably a Western one, but I don't actually know for a fact. What are we, some sort of suicide squad? No. No way. This has to be the killer's doing, right? Did you hear the explosion earlier? Someone blew up the plate's cockpit. There's no way we can slow the plate down or change directions now. Right now, we're only barely in contact with the storm, but once we hit its core, they're not gonna find even a single brick from this plate. Oh. Alright, enough. So who on Terra was it? Their revenge wasn't enough for them, so now they're gonna take out the rest of us too? The murder is Moira of the prop team. What? Who's talking? I said the killer responsible for the 3 murders is Moira. Moira? You're kidding me. That unremarkable Zalek? Miss Stone caught her red-handed. If Lucian weren't there, she would have been the next victim. So where's the little rat now? I'll go find her myself. And what's the point of confronting a psycho killer when you can't even save yourself? She owes us an explanation. What if she gets innocents killed? You think I haven't thought of that? I already switched the wireless comms to broadcast mode to ensure I survive this. I'm sure everyone outside the plate has heard the truth by now. The killer's trapped like a rat. I have to live. I have to. Once I get back to Central Rankwood, all the bombshells I've collected through these past days will be enough to buy me a villa in Siesta. Shit, the plate's tilting towards the originating storm again. Right, the land boats. We can use them to escape. They're gone. What? I went over to the emergency escape cabin earlier and they are already wrecked by the storm. Every last one of them. There's no way out for us now. If I'm gonna die anyway, I might as well take the chance and jump off the plate. Cut that shit out. Just move. Anywhere safer than the film set. Let's go hide underground in the engine layer. There truly are so many things to learn from the set design of a horror film. Thank you, Tippy. No problem. I have to get back and start making the visualizations for most of the visual effects first. Then we'll finalize the details after Director Quay is done with the script. And like I promised, I'm going to design you a finale that will leave Lady Dupont in the cinema history. Right. I'm looking forward to it. Wait, how long have we been talking about this? Did Molly ever find a way to escape? Ah! What now? That's not good. Wait, there's a voice on the comms. Catastrophe. Control cabin destroyed. Why is the signal so bad? Sound like Abner's assistant. What kind of trouble is he getting into now? Hold on. Control cabin has been destroyed. The plate is rushing towards the catastrophe. Killer is Mora. Tippy gets the wireless walkie-talkie and turns the volume knob as high as she can, but it stays silent. She must have misheard, she thinks. But if so, why is Miss Rutherford looking at her with such a sullen expression? No. There's no way. Tippy. I can't imagine anyone would joke about that in these circumstances. But when would she even have the opportunity? The nights when Shelley, Michael, and Marion died, she was watching movies with me the whole time. Was there really no opportunity? Tippy doubts her own mind. Was Molly really right next to her the whole time during the movie nights? No. We always watched multiple movies back to back, so sometimes she'd leave when I was switching out the tape. Sometimes she'd say Miss Stone was looking for her, and sometimes it was to pick up something she forgot on the film set. I'm sure you know how she's like, ma'am. She's still new to being the prop master and under, like, a ton of pressure, but she's super committed to her work, and... Darling. No, that only explains how she could have done it. It doesn't prove that she did. A motive. Why would she kill all those people she had nothing to do with? Why don't I know anything? Darling. Maybe your friend didn't... Maybe you didn't know your friend as well as you thought you did. Let's just focus on the movie, so stop looking away from the screen. Sorry. There's just been so much going on with the film crew lately. I'm a little nervous. Don't worry, I'm here for you, girl. No matter who I am, one thing's for sure. I'm your best friend on this crew. Or maybe she never even thought of me as a friend. Maybe she was just using me. The Liberia girl's head sinks. She speaks no more. Melanie hugs the little Liberian in front of her. The girl who was consoling her just a few hours ago is now crying on her shoulder. Melanie pats her back. She asks no questions, nor does she say anything about the price of growing up. She only hugs her. And let's just leave this place first, Tippy. The convoluted structure here will only put us in danger if the plate gets too close to the catastrophe core. We would be safer underground, though that too may be futile if the plate doesn't change direction. Underground. Over Melanie's shoulders, Tippy spots some of the material they salvaged from the horror film earlier. Underground. The world circles around her brain. Wait, I got it! What? You've recovered your pep already? No. I figured out how to change the plate's trajectory. There was once a crew that snuck into another Rankwood plate to film secretly, to save on rental cost, and they ended up with a super cool, scary movie. I rewatched it recently. But that plate and the one we're standing on both came from the same batch made by Rankwood. So basically the specs should be pretty much the same. If my hunch is right, there should be another control cabinet at the bottom of the engine layer. What are our odds of making it there? To be honest, I have no idea. But never tell me the odds. I gotta try. Star Wars? Han Solo? There's no point mulling over something I can't answer on my own. Only when we're out of this crisis will I be able to get the truth from her. So, this is where you were, Lucian. That was my sister's favorite song. On breaks between shooting, she'd often look to the sky and hum the tune. I thought you'd already woken up. I did. Thanks to you, you showed me the truth I was blind to, and how cruel they truly were. Then, what are you doing now? A rumbling comes from beneath their feet. The Rankwood plate rushes toward the catastrophe as the crew panics. No one would think to enter the prop room now, when they should be escaping. But it is at this very moment that the prop master gets to work. She goes around the room, fiddling with one mannequin after another, dressing them in clothes, correcting their postures. Her earnest focus is fully on them. I only just remembered how I recognized Laura. If you allow me a guess, you met someone. Yes. A very gentle feline. There's our connection! The weather was terrible that day. I was sitting on a park bench for a long time and there was water on my face. Probably rain, but maybe tears. The accident was caused by the negligence of the person in charge, but in the end, I was the one who had to pay compensation and was kicked off the crew. I didn't know anyone in Rankwood, so I was no stranger to being treated like that. I ran away from home, you know. After my parents died, there was nowhere else to go. So the only thing left for me was death. Then, that person sat next to me. We didn't talk the entire time. He only gently waited for me to calm down. But when he left, I realized a cassette tape was sitting on my knee. That man brought Laura into my life at a time when there was only darkness. She became my sister. She protected me, encouraged me, and helped me pull myself together. Laura was already long dead by then. Her background, experiences, and even appearance all resembled yours. The man gave you motivation when you were at your lowest, as well as anger, confusion, and a deep-rooted thirst for vengeance. No doubt, that was no better than before. Was that grief I saw flash through your eyes? Or pity? No, that's not it either. More like understanding, sympathy. Did something similar happen to you? Do you know him? Of course. He's an expert at grafting non-existent joy and anger onto your life. Much like how an unscrupulous director adds extra elements as he pleases to a story he deems dull. No. I suppose you would call it ad-libbing in the film industry. He pulls you from one pit of despair while guiding you into another, thus inciting the so-called beauty of drama. He's an old acquaintance, my teacher, the source of all my suffering, and a phantom that should long be dead. Finding you, finding him, is the very reason I came here. Moira, I'm sorry for denying all that you have. No, it's not like that. Moira finishes arranging her last mannequin and returns to the center of the prop room. She does a curtsy in Lucien's direction and lightly taps her fingertips. Lucien then realizes something has changed and looks over to see that every mannequin has come alive. She's the puppet master! Oh, that's sick! Oh, that's so sick! This raincoat is like, originally it was like a Hey Paul raincoat, but here with this lighting, it makes me think of, well, actually it makes me think of two things. It like Little Red Riding Hood in a way, but also here, in a way, it's very reminiscent of Phantom himself, right? Like, because Phantom, like, Operator Phantom is wearing a hood. And, like, in a way, this feels like it's supposed to be, maybe that's the way that the Troop Master is, like, I will make you into a new Phantom in a way, or I will like, I don't know, it feels very, in a way, it's both Little Red Riding Hood, it's Hey Paul, and it's also, like, mirroring. Because she's presumably also doing what Phantom had done to him in a way. What about the mannequins? Just the fact that they have ears. I noticed that like super long ago. Or is it what they were? Oh, is this that's Shelly in the background? Is that supposed to be? And then this is Michael. I guess this is gonna be Marion, if that's correct. Because that's vaguely what it looks like. But obviously these are all Michael, especially. Michael was wearing a suit from this. Hold on, did she, I don't think you've denied me. In my worst hour, Laura appeared by my side and has accompanied me for a long time now. She's my sister, as I am hers. I don't regret avenging her. I don't regret shouldering all these sins. I will also be the last person in this land to remember her. I cry. I laugh, I rage, I doubt, I hate, I grieve, I yearn. And thus I have them, these intense feelings I would never have had otherwise. I am alive. The mannequins begin to move. Lucian recognizes who they were modeled after. The deceased Dalton, Shelley, Michael, Marion, and Moira herself. Oh, that's just Moira then. Okay, that's Shelley. I guess this is Marion back here. This is Shelley because of the horns. Okay. Moira stretches out her hand and holds her mannequin's hands one by one as they move past her. No music except the trembling ground accompanies their movements. But the tiny Zalek prop master seems to have become the most passionate dancer on the land as she embraces her myriad. Strange, yet elegant. I should be thanking you, Lucian. You helped me realize it. When there was nothing left of Moira anymore. I felt as if I became a mirror. And that I could become... anyone. Wake up. Satisfaction born from despair is nothing but poison. I've never been more awake in my entire life. Would you also like to become my dance partner? Just like them. As Moira finishes speaking, her dance partners throw themselves at Lucian. That's sick. Okay. No, yeah, this gotta fumble the ball real hard to not be my favorite one. This event has everything. It's got a murder mystery. It's got a cat. It's got horror movies. It's got movie references. It's got a villain that has gone full light draining from their eyes. They believe they're better, or not even, they don't even believe they're better, but like the puppet master-esque villain that Moira has become there is so, I don't know the word for it, right? But that's a mood, that's a vibe, that's really fucking sick. Just full on light drain from their eyes. I realized I could become anyone. As she puppets her mannequins is so hard. That's so cool. Oh my god. I love that so much. That's okay. Look, Rickapel, look. There have been a lot of banger events recently. I've only read the bangers recently. It's not my fault. Look. You know what the thing is, Rickapel? What's in this one? Murder mystery. What's in the previous one with Guide Ahead that we didn't finish yet? Another one. It's enforcer being a detective, right? Kind of murder mystery. What was before that? Chapter 15. That was peak, because that was about Arknights. They're hitting their stride. They're hitting their stride. Oh my god, that's a lot of lighting props. Don't threaten me with a good time. What do we have to do here though? This is gonna get interesting. Wayner, 10 more murder mysteries, please. Like, but unironically. Shalem Watson, that's true. I was gonna say Tippy should be Watson, but yeah, no, Shalem actually should be the. Wait, what is that? Oh, that's what I'm getting VHS'd. Oh god. Oh, he's got ammo though. He can't do it forever. Go hit Texas. Oh, I like that he charges up and like and lets it loose. Is there a thing I can get a medal for in this one? If so, you can let me know. I'm not gonna like hard grind for it, but like if I can get it, I can get it. I think we do this. It's easy too because he can get the light over here. DS Murder Mystery game is releasing today. Oh, sick, real? The one about the on a train, no less, Kiwi. It's a murder mystery on a train. Cause isn't it technically a murder? Technically a girl goes missing, but yeah, she's probably dead. That one? Oh hell yeah! Just keeps getting better. Wait, why can I, oh, that's a fence tile? I didn't realize that. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Ah!
This will keep you quiet.
I thought it was a high ground tile. Detective Vincent. Yes, that's the name. That's the name. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Designated location.
Have to not get hit by more than 2 VHS. Well, my bad. Oh, I see how. Oh, that's adorable. That's adorable. Wait, how do you not get hit with more than 2 VHSs? Like, it slows these down, sure, but like they always keep coming for you. And you can't like drop someone on here. You can hit. Oh, yeah. I didn't have a range unit. That makes sense then. Well, that's an issue for. That's an issue for the rerun. Probably do that, and then we have to do this to get a healer out, and then we'll do this this area. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Stay calm. Nature should not be disturbed.
Put out. Do this. Should probably do with these two. Yeah, I just realized there's a lot on the stage that I've not been interacting with. Speaking of, no! I was gonna put someone down to take the shot. Oh no, there was Texas that died though. That's fine. You man the camera. There we go. So I mentioned that before, where it's like, yeah, do this to do the camera, and then we can do everything else. I'm finishing the event. Because we're on 7. What? It's 7A, and then the story. We pop off. We infinite this now.
Break the silence, but
Wait, hold on. No. Ah! Someone stop him! No one can attack in this area. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Ah! They're sending so many people, they're sending so many people. Yeah, this would be great for Exusia.
Solidify.
Uh-oh. Shalem.
To kill and to be killed.
No!
To do battle.
Okay, this VHS one is a little insane. I think I can see the plan, but like, I didn't spec for dealing with VHS tapes. I'm gonna get mold. I'm gonna get VHS mold.
Problem that needs solving?
That's the thing apparently, by the way. VHS tapes can get moldy. Oh, hey, there we go. Scared of Heights Windfall. When did I say I was scared of Heights? I don't know where that one came from. Wait. I know I say stupid things, but hold on. Eh? Master the light block with Lappy? That's true. You mean with Lappy Alter, right? If I popped her skill. Cause yeah, it is kind of nice for those. It just I went to the National Movie Archive and it was super cool. Oh, that sounds awesome, actually. I want to go to National Movie Archive. What the hell? Chill, Tippy. Chill. Deep breaths. Remember how the plot went in that movie? The heroine had her friend pick up a weapon and hide in a storage room to the left, while she herself ran the other way. The storage room. All right, the round matches up. Down we go. It's kind of dark in here. Well, dark is good. There should be a hidden door around the corner. Straight ahead. And at the end of the corridor, there should be a backup control cabin. She knew all the mannequins chasing down the squad were her friend's work. The whole squad pointed their fingers at her friend, and she was mad too. Gotta get moving. Wait, hey! Mori just stole that from Tippy's movie! What are you doing here, Tippy? I figured out how to change the play trajectory. We can avoid any more casualties, so let me through ASAP. There's a way out of this. But don't listen to her lies. Isn't she the culprit's best friend? She could have been covering up for her this whole time. How else could we have missed all this happening right under our noses, right up until we're about to die? She tries not to think about her friend's betrayal, even though she still has things to say. She ignores the crowd mocking her. They're only attacking her to protect themselves. Wait, is Tippy like, is this Tippy's like inner monologue that she's doing actually? So wait, when she's saying she knew all the mannequins chasing down the squad where her friends work, like, is this not her thinking of a movie? Is this just her inner monologuing herself? I think I like the Tippies of the world. What are they? No, not A. Yes, I do agree with what I said there, but I meant specifically what Sky Rangers. The Sky 2 out of 2 Sky Rangers hitting right now. It was you, the one always hiding in the back. First you interrupt the shooting, and now you're preventing us from going home. She wants to save everyone, including her friend. She wants answers. Stop her! Don't let her through! Ah, my eyes! Did Tippy just spray can that guy? Tippy grabs the spray gun from her belt and glares at the fearsome weapon-wielding crew. You leave me no choice. Oh! You guys afraid of one girl? Get her! The murders, the catastrophe. The film crew is already on edge from having to hide in the engine's lair. So the spray painter's behavior only rouses their pent-up anger. Their self-defense weapons scrape the floors as everyone rushes towards Tippy. What the? Tippy! Her hands are trembling. There is no way she can take them all alone. And she prays the hover unit on her back will work. So this is how, like, I was like, why is she a sky? I partly was thinking, like, why is she a Sky Ranger? Did they lift her up? No, she just has a hover unit on her back. Her final trump card. A black creature shows up in the corner of the corridor. Don't look at me like that, Miss Christine. What is this CG? Oh. It's as if the noise drew her here, but also as if she was merely passing by. No one notices her as they rush by, their heads filled with all sorts of extreme emotions. Miss Christine takes a sniff, and the rushing crowd slows down in her eyes until they freeze in place. Anger. Extremely spicy, but without a little sour envy to balance it out, it tastes a bit off. Panic. Bitter and hard to keep down, but a little dash of sweet comfort will turn it into a nice dessert. Grief. A salty mix of tears and sighs that brings unnecessary trouble if too much is added. It must be carefully paired with other flavors. Pain. The most complex and ever-changing emotion. It used to be my favorite. But after meeting Lucien, the pain of ordinary people is almost flavorless to me. Well, there's another one over there. She seems to be that little Zalek's friend. At first, I only took notice of that girl who seems so similar to Lucien, the lead actress that man chose for his latest play. Yet I didn't expect your ties to make you even tastier than her. Miss Christine shakes her tails, her eyes moving between shadows on the ground until they lock onto Tippy's silhouette. The lady's twin tails twist into strange shapes, as if a woman is wiping her knife and fork before diving into her meal. I ought to gift you a small reward. The lady glances at the crowd rushing toward the library. A little exercise to aid digestion after her meal, she thinks. What does that mean? What does that mean? What are you gonna do, Christine? By the way, I realize why it says... The reason why it says Miss Christine with no space, by the way, that's how her operator is called, too. It's not just like an event thing. Like, her operator is Miss Christine with no space for some reason. Why am I here? The catastrophe is about to hit us, so we came down here to hide from it, but... What's with the wrench in my hand? Thunk. Weapons fall from their hands in a succession, as the resulting harsh clangs wake even more from their delirium. They exchange looks of confusion, not knowing why they were all holding weapons, though they do know they should leave. Miss Christine, what are you doing here? How come they're leaving? When they were rushing toward me, I suddenly felt my whole body go cold, and lots of different feelings woke up in me at the same time. Like they were fighting. But then a breeze blew by, and I heard their weapons drop, and my body thawed out too. Like some kind of irresistible force pulled something out of me. Miss Christine tilts her head. She taps her tails twice on the floor, successfully attracting the girl's attention, then points in a direction. They're right in front of the control cabin. Hey. This place is older than I thought it'd be. Wow. The devices here are all previous gen stuff. But that's good news for us, since they're all sealed off to prevent dust and corrosion. There's no smart locks on anything. Even I'd find it pretty tough to learn to hack on the spot. Okay, let me see. The storm's moving faster than the plate, so just reversing's a no-go. Turning's the best way out. But trying to change direction while the plate's already so close to the catastrophe. I'll try spinning. That's a good trick. That should have been the line here, honestly. I'll try turning. That's a good trick. But trying to change direction when the plate's already so close to the catastrophe. No, I can't worry about that. Where's the backup navigational system? Here it is. First open the lock. Okay, great. I'm in. Then Tippy takes a deep breath and hopes she remembers the steps right. Pull the lever all the way down. Blah. Bang. Tippy is thrown against a wall by a huge force. The entire engine layer shakes, with all sorts of strange mechanical noises ringing throughout the tiny space. That was the plate's waist jerking around, with every segment of the treads below now trying to respond to the change. The steel giant under her feet is now fighting its own immense and unstoppable inertia by steering sideways, trying to avoid the storm right up ahead. Tippy feels her teeth ache. She does not know if it will manage to turn in time, or how long it will take. All she can do is pray. Even a little shift will do. We have a tiny, tiny chance as long as we don't hit the storm's core. It has to work. It has to work. I have to see her one more time. Miss Christine shakes her tails, jumping in front of the little Liberi to smell the change in her mood. A brief relief after achieving her goal, along with confusion and pain from her friend's betrayal. But why is there also a hint of suppressed madness? No. That smell does not belong to the girl. Miss Christine jerks her head up, looking toward a place she cannot see. A companion who has been with her the whole time. Lucien feels sympathy towards the other person, which means he's currently experiencing twice the pain. Miss Christine is somewhat displeased. She cannot help but recall the night when the Crimson Troop was destroyed, as Lucien sang under the name Blood Diamond. It is no good omen. How are you so calm, Lucien? Are you disappointed? Unmoved by what I've done? A mannequin pounces on him. While it is an inanimate object, Lucien feels a strong, depressive aura that suddenly turns into elation and ecstasy. As Lucien touches the mannequin, the emotions turn into energy, forcing him backward. Dalton. There is no doubt these are the feelings Dalton had right before his final rehearsal. Why don't you fight back? Do you have that little interest in me, babe? But ever since you played the part of the messenger and spoke those lines about fate, I haven't been able to take my eyes off of you. Michael. The mannequin passes on Moira's emotions, and she turns into Michael, the excessive yet artificial man who always wore his heart on his sleeve. I love this! What kind of emotions are you hiding inside yourself? You let me feel fear and danger. So much danger. Shelley. Shelley, in the final moments of her life, the neurotic coordinator was completely wrecked by her own fear. Turning emotions into tangible energy, and any object that passes through your hands becomes a medium to release it. So these are your origin arts. I see why he chose you. Why he led you to become what you are now. A prop master. Strings, puppets. All images born just for the stage. When you forget yourself, a person becomes a play. Come, join in on our performance, Lucian. If you're right, and that man roused my abilities, then as his real student, you will make the best dance partner. Moira laughs and cries loudly. 1,000 expressions flash across her face, filling the prop room with an suffocating energy. There is nowhere for Lucian to run. Fine. What? Moira, I will sing for you, as you wish. The Blood Diamond song is a kind of misfortune for both himself and the audience. It will rip my throat apart, sending pain straight into your ears. And you will either die or spend the rest of your life with its melody reverberating in your mind. If you willingly ignore the truth in your hands, if you're satisfied by such falsehoods, if you can only approach him by destroying yourself, then allow me to relieve you of your pain and enter the stage once more. Moira hears a song. The emotions within flood into her, overwhelming even the song itself. She does not understand what Lucian is singing about. She only feels joy, fear, doubt, rage, hatred, and sorrow. 100 times stronger than her own. Before she's completely washed away by the emotions, she cannot help but think, what sort of experiences must one go through to understand such revelations? Or was he simply forced to learn it all within the despair of having nothing at all? Wait, is she not gonna be the boss? Is the Troop Master gonna be the boss? I kind of expected it to be Moira and she'd be like puppeting. That'd be cool. Troop Leader, White Flower is still calling for us. Troop Leader, White Flower is still waiting for us for the curtain call. Why have we come here? This is just a river. There's nothing here this time of night. I'm afraid White Flower will be upset by tonight's sparse audience. For this river here is the final stage. Tell them, playwright, what does the revised ending look like? The magician's assistant and the lucky audience member, who both died on stage, are stuffed into prop boxes and thrown into the river. Once the dust settles, they will wake up and emerge from the river under the stars. They use their storied deaths to distance themselves from their prison of nightmares, That's Blood Diamond and Abyss. Wait, didn't they return to the castle already? Why would they be here? Are they running away? It seems our travel plans have been interrupted, Abyss. What? How? The magician's assistant and lucky audience member came back to life. Now, this is true magic. With this crowd looking on, it would seem he's a fan of this new improvised ending. Let's go back. He's waiting for us. Go back. We can still run, Lucien. Come with me. The river's wide enough, and he's far enough away. If you choose to flee now, he'll let you go. But fear will seep into your bones and torment you for the rest of your life. I'll go back to him. Learn all his secrets. Learn all his skills. Uncover all his secrets. And then destroy it all. For such is my wretched fate. Fate. Are you sure it's not just proof that you've become entranced with the troupe? With him once more? If this is the pain and despair he has given me, then I will become his fate. Somehow, you always understand him and his twisted aesthetics. Yet you never listen to me. Or maybe you've never really wanted to escape. You've spent far too long trapped in this nightmare. Fine then. I hope the Crimson Troop's Blood Diamond will grant a former friend one last favor. Don't chase me. Don't come after me. Let us part here, friend. We will meet again once this all falls to ruin. At some point, the black creature appears inside the prop room, nimbly avoiding Moira's body as she goes over to Lucien. With his knees bent halfway, and surrounded by mannequin parts scattered all over the ground, for once, Lucien doesn't perform the gesture of a proper gentleman's salute to her. The lady is even more displeased by his actions. You haven't sung in a long time, Lucien. Apologies, Miss Christine. Did you hurry here as soon as you could? What a terrible scent. This Zalek compelled you to use your arts, as well as the skills you were so determined to abandon. You do know what sort of situation you've put yourself into, yes? Chaotic, disorderly, uncontrollable, like a ball of unruly yarn I've yet to sort out. And you wish to face him, even end him as you are now? That is why I've come here, Miss Christine. When I stood up from the river, as Shalem continued to sink below, my mind was already made. This is the performance I've repeated the most. I cannot refuse, nor do I want to. Not until the true end comes. Fine. Perhaps you will become a monster. Listen, Lucien. Lucien stays still and does not look up. The lady sighs, and her azure eyes light up like never before. She shakes her tails, and her body splits into two identical figures. One walks into Lucien's shadow, while the other remains sitting before him, staring. Both Miss Christines speak in a staggered pattern, like a strange duet. This way she ensures Lucien will hear every word she says. To be honest, I much prefer Phantom. It implies nothing good, but it is a name you came up with yourself. Humans are so troublesome. Sometimes I miss the cafe where we met. Your emotions were much more complex and slovenly than they are now. But still far better than today. The bitterness of your obsession is making me want to sneeze. Go. Meet him if you must. If you turn into a madman, I will devour all your emotions, no matter how hard they may be to swallow. If you cease to exist, I will haunt him and figure out a way to make his life miserable. After all, he can't do a thing to me. Break a leg, Phantom. Hurry! Hurry! Let me into the underground passage. Hey, did the storm blast your eyes blind? You have any idea how long I've been in this queue? Why, I ought to teach you a lesson. No pushing or shoving, people. The passage can only fit 2 people at a time, so don't clog up the entrance and leave space for those behind you. There's still time to get everyone in. Miss Stone, the plate's western paths and outer guardrails have been destroyed by the storm. If this keeps up, we won't be able to hold out for long, even in the engine layer. I sent people to move supplies in. We can survive this calamity. No. I'm sure we'll make it through. Miss Rutherford, you hurry inside. Soon we'll tear your dress into shreds. So this is the wind she felt. Huh? What'd you say? Nothing. Did you go looking for Tip to discuss the backdrop earlier? Where is she? She seemed to have figured something out and took off. I couldn't catch up to her. And we're supposed to be the adults. In the face of a catastrophe, not one of us is as cool-headed and brave as her. She doesn't even know what fear is yet. Only by experiencing it, hopping through it, getting crushed by it, will she understand just how idealistic it is to keep going. Is that not the difficulty and charm of film production itself? Don't tell me you want to finish shooting this damn movie even now. Miss Stone! The supplies are all underground now, and most of the crew, too. Thank you, Houghton. You should hurry down yourself. Is there anything else? I asked around, and no one's seen the director ever since we started approaching the storm. A stagehand in charge of the west side told me earlier that the catastrophe destroyed not just the guardrails, but some buildings, too. That's where Steven's studio is. The storm showers originating dust all over the exquisite, dream-creating backdrops. In an instant, only the blackened skeletons of a dozen sets remained, slanted supports scattered all over the plate, like a cage crushed into pieces. Lucien pays closer attention to the wind, and it brings more voices. Shouts and sobs, scolding and cursing, sincere prayers and subconscious wailing. The hands of fate and the play staged by nature will not allow everyone time to take their positions. Lucien walks into the ruins. He sees a figure that absolutely could not have showed up right here, right now. The catastrophe shows no respect for the dreams crafted by man, and the storm has removed Lady Dupon's manor from the scene, leaving only a grand staircase in its wake. Thick clouds lie low, but the stage lights still shine onto the steps from afar, turning the ruins into a stage. A middle-aged man slowly walks up the stairs. He tugs on a curtain torn apart by the storm, trying to restore its neatness and beauty. Finally, his efforts pay off as the dirt and dust fall off the cloth, revealing its original shade of red. He grips a bottle in hand as usual, but is not as a listless drunkard. He checks the stage right before the show begins. There is no one more dedicated to the work than him. Your habits haven't changed. Do you require assistance? It's almost time, Lucian. You came at the perfect moment. I know. Not surprised? Should I be? Of course you wouldn't. There is no way for a character who has bowed out with a real death to return to the stage. But this is your play, where all sorts of miracles occur. This is where the show begins, and where it should end as well. The playwright might remark how ingeniously this play has been handled. Or perhaps he would muse on how perfect it all is. Because once you push aside all the theatricality, this is what I look like when officially collaborating with you again, after so many years apart. That was Abyss doing. Oh, my apologies. You're more inclined to call him Shalem, I believe. Traveling. Gathering inspiration. Disaster relief. In short, he won't be showing up here. Of course. The Crimson Troop has long since ceased to exist, and I'm glad to see the both of you walk out from its haze. A new role. A new life. A new home. I see the company known as Rose Island has provided you many a revelation. But you? Why have you come here, child? Should I not have? No, no. You are our most important individual now, as the curtains are about to fall on this new play. I'm already on the stage, after all. Of course. Of course. The marvelous scene we saw at the opening of this show was all thanks to you and him. Dalton personally handed you the weapon that would kill him, and his death raised the curtains on this story. And you witnessed it all through his eyes. Lucian, surely you felt something was off the moment you held that knife. While I was relieved to confirm it, I'm also curious. Why exactly did you swing that blade with zero hesitation? Once an actor takes the stage, anything unexpected must become a part of the performance. Your lessons have been engraved into my mind, and nothing more. Troop leader. I like that's like a grand reveal, even though we've seen the sprite so many other times in this event. A long time no see, Lucian. Whoa! It was him.
Doctor, やりましたよ。
Dusty man, wait, what did I get? Wait, what did I get that for?
一つずつ積み重ねていけば。
What do you mean he's still the troop leader? Oh, I didn't read them. I don't know if that's like a manga spoiler or something like that. I mean, like, I don't know if did the troop leader die in IS-2? You don't find him as a boss. I'll say nothing about this to me said that he was gonna die, so I'm not surprised he came back. Like, destroy, like, hey, look at that. Say what? Yeah, clear 87 with a 3-star rating, and do not let film thrown by unhappy cameraman explode more than 4 times. Okay, not as hard as I thought it was, but still. That's a good point, Kiwi. Obviously, yeah, he should make an appearance. Even though to me it's not surprising that it is him, it is still like his grand appearance. Oh, it's got, yeah. Either way, we're not messing with that. We got theater to finish. We've got Kino to finish. Take a bow. Lucian, my blood diamond, my child. Take the stage with me. Bow for the curtain call and let us live a new life. Together. That's why you shouldn't mess with new operators until after you've read their event. That's so good, though. I mean, it makes sense to me, though, because, like, a lot of operator records should be like, oh, I joined Rhodes Island after my event happened. So, like, yeah. My deepest apologies for ruining the play. If you're referring to how you dealt with that Moira girl, then you owe me no apologies, Lucian. With your intellect, I can only assume you've figured out the original ending of the story. An old case from 5 years ago, and a catastrophe that arrives right on cue. Both the storm and the late judgment rain down on this plate. The Zalek, who once stood outside the story, slowly walks to the center of the stage, and kills all those burdened with sin. Later, she comes to realize that everything she's done has been driven by delusion. She awakens, hollowed out, broken, and judges the last remaining soul. Herself. And you. In the script, you are the messenger who happens to pass through. The insignificant newcomer to the cast. You are so far removed from the core conflict, yet in the end, you become the one who ties all the threads together. The more unexpected the coincidence, the more shocking it is when the inevitable unfolds. This is the allure of drama. Something you and I have experienced countless times. So, you haven't ruined a thing. You've merely added to the performance. Just like what you've done for the troupe. I've suffered all manner of tragedy in my quest to find you. Naturally. The troope's mark at the auction was insufficient proof of my existence, I suppose. Thankfully. After all these years, death, or rather destruction, remains the plot device you wield so well. The ending you so cherish. Child. Oh, child, how I wish you could appreciate its beauty. Do I? I wouldn't say I appreciate it, but I am very familiar with it. I've acted in so many plays. I've killed so many people. My hands are drenched with blood. That is the education and training I received in my childhood. The life you instilled in me. You are my best student, Lucian. Before the climatic finale arrives, let us review the performance so far. You and I know this routine all too well. The troop leader smiles and bows towards Lucian. His scepter, wrapped by his tail, points toward the approaching catastrophe clouds like a pin dipped in ink. A familiar scene unfolds before Lucian's eyes. He knows he can't refuse. No. This is what he came for. Lucian gives a slight nod. First, we have Dalton. Originally, this middle-aged actor who resembled nothing more than a walking corpse didn't feel this scene was all that significant. He offered up what little lucidity he could muster, some of the last dregs of his acting instincts, recited his few remaining lines, and held out until the director called cut. All to earn just enough for another night of drinking. He has never mourned the actors who died because of him, nor reminisced about his once spirited past. He was not even ashamed of his current sorry estate. You manipulated him. Indeed. Without my intervention, he would never take it upon himself to retrieve the swapped knife and deliver it to you. But I never commanded him to put his chest up to the blade. By the time you were acting opposite him, he was already fully awake, fully aware of the danger he was in. Lucian, your talent shines just as brightly in film as it did on the stage. Your performance awakened his memories, reminding him of how great an actor he once was, of a time when he was immersed in his roles, expressing real emotions, joy, sorrow, fury, and mirth. In that moment, the messenger slipped fully into character, while the looming threat of financial ruin warped Sir Dupin's thoughts. He had to cover up the truth. He had to do whatever it took to kill the person before him, without pausing to think that his own blade might be turned on him. You were right there with him. You know better than anyone just how intense his fear and anger were in that moment. As a farewell performance, it was nearly perfect. Indeed, death's imminent approach did not frighten him. Instead, it ignited his competitive fire, which he had long been dulled by drink. He performed with unrestrained zeal. It was exhilarating. Then there was Michael and Marion. The philandering actor and the shrewd costume designer were found hanging above their own set, their farcical romance laid bare for all to see. Their union was both shameful and absurd. A mess of indulgent desire, scheming ambition, mutual disdain, and mutual exploitation. There wasn't a trace of anything real about them, inside or out. That Michael. Even his ears and tail were fake. Their deaths served no purpose, save for giving that camera assistant a juicy bit of gossip to peddle. But you, Lucian, you were at the scene. Even the cat could taste the lingering emotions left behind. When Moira knocked on that door, when the footsteps of death drew near, in that fleeting moment, where there was no time to think, I'm sure you know what each of them did. Tear stains. What a fascinating detail. Tear stains lingered in the corner of his eyes. None of the three Rockefeller brothers had ever shown Lady Dupin such heartfelt emotion. That fireman's axe was originally meant for Marion. Yet Michael shielded her from harm, exposing himself to the blade instead. In the last moments of their lives, that man and that woman, who up to that point had been attacking each other, instinctively protected each other. They confirmed their true feelings for one another. Although this by itself is not worthy of praise. You're correct, my child. However, the audience had already taken their seats. What did they expect to see in this illusion of light and sound? Ultimately, the schemers will end up with nothing, while the hedonists are devoured by their own desires, yes? Naturally, it is the neatest kind of story. Just an excuse to trot out well-worn platitudes. They would never imagine that a flawed, unworthy love could still be real, and still turn heads. Just as those two could never imagine there would be a moment where they grew feelings for each other. Made possible by their death. Made possible by their death. And then, of course, there was Moira. The one I had the highest hopes for, before you showed up. Moira rebuilt her faith through another's death. Every detail about Laura was etched into her mind. Her name, her eating habits, her unmistakable smile, her extraordinary life, her violent end, and the killers who still had been brought to justice. Grief, anger, doubt, hatred, every emotion that rose within her set fire to a buried past and to herself. She directed this entire performance. Why do you insist on downplaying your own role in all of this? It was you who inserted that ad-libbing, forcing it. Hi, Rue. Hi, Dolly. Happy Tuesday, welcome in. It was you, Rue. Thank you, Dolly. It was you who inserted that ad-libbing. Oh, sorry, it was Lucian. It was you who inserted that ad-libbing, forcing a past that did not originally exist into her mind, bringing Laura into her life. Yes. And what of it? Look at her. She's dancing. You were her dance partner back then. You must have felt it. She isn't like the children from the Crimson Troop who've been receiving White Flowers training since they were young. But when you look at her dancing, her physique, her tears, her smile, she is acting out a version of life, or perhaps crafting a kind of truth. Or perhaps she no longer has any constraints and can be whoever she wants to be. She will dance through countless people's lives, dithyramb unending, until her mind and body can no longer bear the weight of those emotions. Or maybe she will finally encounter you, or some other fool seeking the truth, and one night finally awaken from her dream and end her own life. Regardless of her ultimate fate, her soul will be rich and fulfilled. Regardless of her ultimate fate, she is already no longer just a nameless prop maker from the frontier. No longer a Zalek with nothing and no one to hold on to. You're as talkative as ever, troop leader. It's been a long time since you've spoken about someone with such passion. Not since you, Lucian. I don't deny that I've exerted my influence on Moira. I encouraged her, just as I once encouraged you. My child. Have you forgotten? If not for your thirst to perform, you would have died long ago. When that catastrophe drove you from your home, when you lost your parents, when you found yourself adrift in that towering castle among strangers, you said, only when I'm in character on the stage. That's the only time my loneliness disappears. The only time I feel like I belong. You clung to that feeling, and it kept you alive. You and Moira, you're both natural-born actors. You both create sorrow and joy from nothing, and use those emotions to survive. No one can ignore your brilliance. And for both of you, my two children, death shall be your teacher. Do you still remember when you hit that wall in your development? When you could not draw inspiration from anything, and were unable to power your performance? That was when you thrust that originium into your throat without hesitation. Then, you felt the grip of death, of your inescapable fate. It gave you fear, jealousy, sorrow, anger, shame, and greed. Emotions once foreign to you. And after witnessing all these things, your heart has become a mirror. It fueled your desire to dismantle authority, your thirst for destruction. It gave you an endless night and a song that never ceases. It turned the unassuming Lucian into a gleaming blood diamond. Blood diamond. my eternal moniker. Think of Dalton, child. Think of Michael and Marion. Think of Laura and Moira. Look at all these souls still struggling through the catastrophe. And look at yourself. You're right. Death is still the device I wield best, and the ending I've always favored. But I do not see death as destruction. It drives the mighty to disgrace themselves, the devout to break their commandments, the pure to sink into filth, and the heroic to commit treachery. It gives strength to the dejected, compels the silent to shout their ideals, draws real emotion from the self-absorbed, and frees the timid from their inhibitions. It shows climbers the next foothold and gives the far-sighted the courage to leap. It turns self-proclaimed beacons into the real thing. It sows meaning in water's flaws. It cultivates truth and fertilizes falsehoods. It turns dying flesh into blooming flowers and engraves what would fade without a trace. It is agony without relief and overflowing inspiration. It is drama's cause and consequence, its flesh and soul, the great force behind creation, the law and tether that binds every ideology, every style, every exploration. It is the appointed end where all things return to dust. The troop leader turns to Lucian, that same smile lingering on his lips. The wind and sand howl around them, but he remains unfazed. Child, death is also our chance to reunite. What a shame. Quite a monologue, yet such little applause. Because I am the only one standing across from you, and the only one who ever could. Noise sounds out in all directions, and Lucian listens intently. The catastrophe rages. Miss Christine lets out a low howl, something she would normally never do. Their newly acquainted companions scatter in panic, crying out for help in vain. As the troop leader said, death is unfolding on stage. What began with a few intense scenes has now taken over the entire production. You say death is our chance to reunite. I completely agree. So, I won't waste this opportunity. If I may, I'd like to share a few thoughts on my own. Now that you've finished your analysis. After all, both you and I know this routine by heart. The storm snaps off part of the scaffold, sending a shower of sparks. A nearby rug catches fire, and the flames leap dangerously close to Lucian's side. But he does not even flinch. He stares intently at the person standing before him and removes his hat. All this time, ever since you reappeared, you haven't even mentioned the many times I've betrayed you. Why? Because that's unimportant. Because you are still you, child. Getting lost in madness, then returning to clarity, leaving only to later return. After all the trials and tribulations, a hard-won reunion is all the more precious. In the end, time can forgive all grievances. Is that so? I used to think that the Crimson Troop was your quill, your canvas, and your trap. I thought that in this chaotic world, your audiences sought solace in your performances. I thought you were omnipresent and that no one could escape your grasp. Which is why the plan that I, Shaylin, and the playwright came up with failed. Back then, I was young, naive, and full of pride. We believed we had seen the truth for what it really was, But our carefully planned escape turned out to be just another act in your grand play. In the end, Shalem fled from you in fear, while I came to you. You returned to my side. That was the moment when you decided to learn all of my techniques. You resolved to learn everything you could about the troop, then use that information to destroy it. Your plan was to use death to stop death, and use destruction to stop destruction. White Flower, Blade Dance, Shadow, the teachers you once learned from all died by your hands. As did I. I remember my voice, wild and cracking with rage, and the sudden warmth that surged from your chest the moment the blade went in. I thought I had destroyed the Crimson Troop for good. And despite all that, I still failed. You didn't die. Because death is ever present, and drama eternal. Eternal, yes. But after that, I devoted even more time to studying all your greatest works, including myself. I wore down your eternity, as any slow-witted disciple might. And at last, I've arrived, once more stepping into your proud creation, a theater of death, of tragedy, of art. Now, at last, the catastrophe has finished setting our final stage. Troop leader, my dear teacher. Or perhaps I should call you Tragodia. I am going to destroy everything that is yours. Lucian unfastens the inhibitor at his throat. The exposed originium crystal gleam, as if already rejoicing at the song to come. He offers the troop leader a deep bow, as clouds behind him come crashing down. I love theater kids. Holy hell, that's awesome. Sorry, Dolly. Sorry. Hi. Sorry. That was like the climax of everything that I've been hoping for in this. I love it when the villain gets to monologue, and holy hell, Phantom's insane look right there, also very peak. This is what I'm here for. This is what I this. Oh my god. Hi though. Oh my god. Oh. Ah! That was great. That was so fantastic. They didn't just chew, they ate that scene. That was fantastic. That was great. I hope I did that justice, cause like, God, going and I really hope I ate there. Like, that was sick. That was so awesome. I don't even know what to do here. I'm gonna be honest. I think I do this. Yeah, that seems fine. To start off. I agree, Rekapel. I'm actually a little sad that we didn't get a Moira boss fight, but I can make it work.
They're hard to clean.
That just means that, honestly, Rekapel, you know what that means? That means that, yeah, Moira could become a playable character if she didn't die. Oh, I didn't get a kill there. That's unfortunate. There he is. Death is ever present, and drama eternal. Thank you, Dolly. Thank you, Kiwi, as well. I think I need to get like rid of these ones as well, which I feel like that's best done via. Oh, I messed that up. Thank you, Dolly. I need to get rid of. I guess this actually. Having a camera go this way is a little janky, but I think that might work for me. Wait, what did she attack? Wait, does he? He turns the cameras off, and I have to attack the cameras. That's what he does, doesn't he? Because that's. I was like, why is she attacking? Because the camera's turned off. He can infect the cameras. Okay. I don't think this is what I want to do, but this might be a decent idea. Should probably do this, because these two need healing like you would not believe. I want to do this here, honestly, if I can. Do this to pop DP. Do this to get a kill. He's popped off now, that's good. Okay, okay, okay. We're getting some decent movement in this area, but yeah, that's not good, actually. That's really bad, actually. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. How tough is Dragonia? He seems a little tough. He might have stuff depending on, like, in the camera or not. It looks like he might, actually, given how much we're damaging him at the moment. We don't have a lot of... This is our only DP generator right now. But with this, the way that the Wolfpack works, where it has to take 3 instances of damage at minimum, is really nice for this. Because, like, if he has to burn through a lot more of the Wolfpack than he would normally have to, like, Wolfpack is actually such a cheesy unit. It's not fantastic, but, like, it can be it actually, maybe it is fantastic now. After the changes it's gotten with his module, maybe it is fantastic. Yeah, we do this here, because we need a healer in this area. Drop this one. Drop this one here. With the lemon juice. I don't know if that's supposed to be an operator on Nukiashi. Okay, so what's his phase 2 then? So I feel like there's gonna be a phase 2 here, because I'm destroying this man right now. Phantom, kill him. Just like you wanted to. There's the phase 2, okay. We'll get rid of Phantom because of that. We'll leave that there, that's fine. Honestly, I think I do this here. I want to keep him sandwich. No! No, Wolfpack, as in the Wolfpack from Vigil. Look at this dude, he can't select drones.
You ran into me.
He's still buffing up. There he goes, now he's in phase 2. He's in Vuln at the beginning of it though.
Moving to
We'll get rid of her there. As long as he's in the limelight, that should be good for us, I think. Is how that's how theoretically it should work, but... Oh yeah, he just straight up killed Shaylin. That's actually messed up. Mostly for low reasons, not for... I don't know what that's for, and I'm scared.
Solidify.
Oh, Lemuel.
Get out of my home.
Je viens de l'ombre.
We're doing decent at the moment. I feel like it's slightly a DPS race. Okay, here's where it gets a little bit scary. Especially since we don't have, there we go. Yeah, now that the cameras are back on, this helps a lot. Do this. We can get, okay, that's not good. People are dying. Oh, no, the tape dude. Pop this. Get rid of this tape dude. There's 2 tape dudes. Oh, God, there's 2 tape dudes. Do this. We can get rid of this tape dude. This guy's gonna be, drop this here. Then drop this. I feel like we have enough, between our 2 fast redeploys and everything else, I think we can just, like, pile on him, honestly. This is where it gets scary, though. Okay, you know, okay, shut up with it, well, that's, things went south real quick there. Don't hurt Panachi. What did it anyway? I'm gonna try this. I don't know how well this works out for me.
This will keep you quiet.
Okay. Hold on. We're alive. The death is inevitable and drama eternal. I need this Texas back up. So we need DP. God, Lumen is so expensive. Do this. I'm gonna also do, so this is where it's gonna get tricky. I'm gonna drop normal Texas. here, and then I need to immediately... No, she's too expensive! It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. This is good, this is good, this is good. I need to get Tragodia. I need to get Phantom out. There we go. Because if I can get Phantom out, then I can also get his clone out, hopefully. Do this. And the clone might be able to take some aggressive damage, is my hope. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Hold on. Shut my. This guy's really tanky. Yeah, I think it would kill this. It is a vigil play. Yes. We just used her skill too, right? Yes. So what we do is we got to get rid of this now. We put vigil here. We put the... Oh my god, no. I can't count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He should have been deployed here. Hold on. Are we dead? I think we're dead. There is a... Yeah, I know.
È tutto pronto.
Death is inevitable. Damn, that was really cool too until it wasn't.
Forse ho sottostimato l'operazione.
That's like doing that entire monologue and then just like saying a word wrong at the very end. Man! Nandayo. Thank you, by the way, Blammy. Alright. Do you even care what you do? Not really, if I'm going to be honest. Takes greatly reduced physical and arts damage when attacked by your units located outside the filming area. So the units have to be inside the area as well. Okay. After a few attacks, the next attack gains increased attack, sure. Whenever nervous impairment burst occurs on one of your units, deal damage to the units in the 4 adjacent tiles around that unit after a short delay inflicting nervous impairment. Oh, that's why everyone just like immediately died one after another. Okay. Puts a barrier on one camera, prioritizing active ones, disabling it. Barrier explodes, if not destroyed within time limit. Dealing damage to you. Yeah, sure. To the 8 adjacent tiles. Oh, it goes from 4 to 8 as well, so it makes it even more scary. It can even more burst harder. Put a barrier on 2 cameras in the 8 tiles. Charging attacks your units within range that are inside the filming area. That's the circle thing. Going from near to far. Attacks inflict nervous impairment. Each hit increases the... Yeah. Basically what happened was, we just got properly nervous impairment all over the place. Just... Cool. Honestly, I think the only thing I really want to switch up then is... Switch this to this. I realize now, by the way, I'm running Syracusa. Actually, I was gonna say I'm running purely Syracusa and like these two, but then I was like, no wait, it's not just Utagi, also Chong, also Lumen, and also like there is just a bunch of like random stuff in here. Whatever, it works. I don't need more DP necessarily because I shouldn't need to place down those guys again and again. I kind of messed that one up. I already have a Vigil and Texas for DP. Yo, what's up, Rain? Happy Tuesday, welcome in. Thank you. I debuted my live 2D in the middle of October, so a little bit over a month ago. Glad you can see it. Now we have... Now we have full live 2D motion here, and full HD motion down there, too. 3 fast deploy in new tech. Only 2 fast redeploy, thank you. I guess technically if you want to count the Phantom thing as well, but that stays at 5. It's not that expensive. And also, Utagi is only for emergencies. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I almost won, thank you. A lot of it I think comes out of the order. And also the fact that, yeah, not only do does he need to be in here? But more importantly, the characters need to be in here. Actually, it doesn't matter if he's in here or not. It just is the characters need to be in here. That's kind of insane to me. Oh, speaking of deployer, actually, I'm okay with this. There's an interesting thing to be said about having Exusia go up here. It does make this a little bit bad because I kind of want the camera facing this way, yeah. But... Oh, thank you, Sivan! Happy Tuesday, welcome as well, Sivan. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sivan, how have you been enjoying this event? I know you're a big Phantom fan. Let's see. Just do this for DP right now. Was it Lou Tickler? Or Lou Ickler? Hi, welcome in. Is this better than Chaos Zero Nightmare? I don't know what Chaos Zero Nightmare is. I'm gonna say yes. All I gleaned from Tragodia information was spacing people. Not even a little bit spacing, but it's mostly just I actually know it. I was gonna say it's either spacing or healing, and I didn't do healing, so technically spacing would be the correct one. But like, don't worry about it. Just don't get hit. I guess. I feel like the Panache play, but I feel like it's actually not the correct play. Honestly, sorry, it might be better. I need a healer like now though is part of the issue. I didn't have my healer out like set up before. So yeah, do that. This is like around the same time I put him down last time too. This should be popping off. This is good. As long as I make sure that I am using my units of... Oh, okay, my healer died. That's not good. Do this, honestly. Let's see how this works. And then we drop this here. Then, yeah, once he gets here, we place the block there. Because we want to be... It doesn't matter if he's in, like... He doesn't need to be in the film, like I said, but, like, I feel like it is kind of good to have him in the film. This is gonna be an issue, but I think Penance can solo that. If he dies. Yeah, watch out for the nervous impairment on everyone. That's the biggest issue. Okay, he did end up dying. We want them to be in the... Honestly, do this. Yeah. As long as they're within the filming thing, this works. And what I can do is... When, yeah, these guys are gonna be an issue. I think they're how my nervous impairment got procced, like, hard. And also make sure that we're, distracting... Ah! No, kill the tape! Ah! Like, if we can, get rid of these guys, then that will stop this explosion, I would hope. But I think the circle is gonna be the big, scary. But here, if we can pull this out, this is where we sow, confusion disruption all across this court. But I feel like Laughlin just dies here to his Fortnite radius. But at the same time, she is able to kill the... Yep, there's that. Go. This goes here. That's not good. That's not good because it changes the it changes this camera. Am I okay with that actually? I might be okay with that. He immediately died. I think I'm okay. Wait, did we win? Did we kill Tragodia? Did we kill Tragodia? What? Did he die? Wait. Didn't he just... Wait, what? Wait, it? Oh, shoot, wow, hey. Hey, Shang survived and just killed him then. Got it, easy. Yeah, Tragodia must not have a lot of high physical, I guess. I don't know if that's true or not, but that felt like that went a lot smoother than I thought. Okay, let's make sure we just survive this then, and then I can scroll back up and read through chat. Well, that's not good. I think we win this though because there's no more. Oh, I was. Oh, no. Ah! I was just about to say there's no more range attacks, but now there's one. Can we get rid of this with the? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Save Vigil. We did it. Save the day. He's a director, not a fighter.
No.
By the way, speaking of lore, do you think someone let me in on the IS2 lore? Does the scriptwriter die in IS? Because he's a boss in IS2, right? Does the scriptwriter die? Because if he does, then is Steven the new scriptwriter? Is that like the idea? Do you think like the spirit of Tragodia, of the theater troupe master, was like, I need a new scriptwriter. You, Steven, you're my new scriptwriter, and like is pulling the strings? That'd be cool. That'd be super duper sick. Honestly, like I said earlier, I think this event just makes me want to like actually do my IS2 bosses that I never finished. That fat bear is so hard though, is the issue. Why that bear so fat? That's unfortunate. I think it's good though.
I'll be right back.
Use the Penguin Logistics crew. Also throw a Titan in there. Like I said, we didn't need DP, I just need to be better. Easy. Peasy. Okay, let me scroll it real quick. All I know is that he's weak against lemon and berry juice. That poor... Yeah, getting someone that could actually heal elemental damage would have been good as well. I just toughed it out. Which, low-key, is what I did last time Nervous Impairment was a thing. Honestly, Lumen didn't get up and running, I don't think, because he died both times. But if he was, he actually is decent against Nervous Impairment because he can remove the stun effect. But he just can't, like, stop the buildup of it. Because that's what I did for, like, every other Nervous Impairment event, is I just hard run Lumen and just, like, Lumen just unstun them. So I have to kind of, like, face take some damage, but it can work. Phantom, my boy. Really want to full pop Phantom Altar, but I had to go to 300 for the past 3 limited banners. No! Got no Arundum left. It also took Harpy to get the first Tragodia copy. No. I guess the big benefit of that, though, Suban, is that he is a, he's not a limited altar, so luckily over time you'll be able to get him theoretically easier than other ones, and especially if you can you get multiple of, when they're in the shop op, can you actually get multiple of them, or can you only get the one? I think you can only get the one, so that's a little unfortunate if so. Still, very nice though. What does the big circle do? The big circle is like his Fortnite targeting radius, is my understanding, Ben, and I think he just like starts shooting from the outside in, is my guess. It's a really big circle though. Jesselton, but Nervous Impairment. Just left him with a lunch break. Honestly, if I were a director, I would do that. If I recall correctly, IS ending 2-5 are always non-can. Endings 2 through 5 are always non-can. Okay, gotcha. You beat playwright, and then the cutscene after is, nope, this script ends wrong. Gonna write another one. Okay, that's pretty sick, actually. I like this event has been great. I think depending on, this is almost certainly my favorite event now, just because of that monologue scene between Tragodia and Phantom. Like, that alone, I think, sets it up. Not accounting for the fact that there's a murder mystery. There's, how many great things happen? There's a murder mystery. It's on a film set. There's a lot of film references. There's a lot of horror movie references. I like Tippy. Phantom and Miss Christine did really good jobs in here. It tied in with lore of the best IS thematically. Moira, who was the villain, who we kind of imagined she would be one of the people to be the murderer. Not only that, but then when she does go villain, she goes full on, light going from her eyes, like full on, like I can be anything I want to be. That was peak. That was awesome. This has been a great event, honestly. Absolutely beautiful. Player is alive in his ending. The guys that died were the people mentioned earlier, White Flower, Shadow, etc., that are items in IS2. Oh, that makes sense. Because I was wondering, like, I knew White Flower as an item, and I was wondering if they were like supposed to be. That's why they're called mementos. Oh, that's adorable, actually. Hey. One Tragodia, but so much limited is coming up. Went to my first 6-star on the banner, and it was off. Sorry, Wisteria. That also sucks. Especially, yeah, with limiteds coming up, and with both traditional limiteds and also collab limited coming up. But again, luckily, not limited. Tragodia themselves, so you should be fine on. Hopefully, you'll be fine on that. Circa 2 years, you'll be able to get them in the shop. Those are your Phantom's teachers, I think. I believe you think correctly, Suban. Because, yeah, that's what, like, Ben was talking about earlier with White Flower and Shadow, is that they were both mementos in the story, but they were also his teachers, as evidenced in, I think the part right before, I think it was in pre-Act 8 here, I think is what was mentioned, that he then also killed. They were his teachers. He went back he went back to the troop, he learned from them more, and then he killed them all to, like, end the Crimson Troop, is what I believe. Non-canon is pretty subjective. Like, take IS-3 endings. All of IS-3 is allegedly, like, non-canon, right? Those happen in the... Oh, that's right! Because I think they all happen and then he just... Whoop. And then Mizuki remembered them before they happened and went and prevented them from happening by saving Highmore. It's a little timey-wimey. It's a little, that's because of the magical mystery of the... What is it called? The water people lore devices. I don't remember anything from IS-3, even though that's the one that I completed everything in. I feel like I should know what the device is called, because it's like a really important device. It's not the Silverhouse, that's the ship. It's that one device that you get that starts the last ending in IS-3. Dolphin a 6-star. Oh, 6-star selector. Wait, does he just get put on the first 6-star selector, or is it, do you have to wait a little bit for that one? Like, is there like a yearly 6-star selector that has every 6-star out from that year or something? Yes, the Surly Arbor. It's the name of the IS. Thank you. That's why it was important. I was like, I feel like I should know this name. It's literally the name of the IS. Thank you, Kiwi. Good job. My Hekon White Tragodia loses his damage reduction when facing a camera because he wants to make sure his death is recorded. But he doesn't lose reduction when he's on camera. He loses it when someone who is on camera is attacking him, I believe. That's how I read that. Is that he doesn't matter if he's in the lights or not. He matters if other people are in the lights, which is really fitting, actually. I didn't care about why it was, but actually that makes a lot of sense, because he's the director. It doesn't matter if he's on camera or not. It matters that his actors are on camera. That's cool. That's thematic. Hey! That's very cute. This event, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Okay. Select everything up to a certain banner, but not most recent banner. Likes mine. That's what I figured. So maybe you have to wait a little bit longer, but probably not the full 2 years for gold cert. Got it. Most important, outside the game, info that I got from this event is that there is a cat with the HE staff that is named Doctor. Is that true? That's adorable. Okay. Let's wrap this story. Part 1. There's also part 2 because there's the story note after this, but the flickering lights of the ancient castle, the bloody corpses of the teachers, the hollow wind in the darkness. Forgetting all of that was not difficult. Until one day, when Lucien, who has by this time become an assassin, had a dream. He's still in the old castle, still in that empty hall, sitting alone, singing under the lights, with all the former members of his troop standing behind him. As alive as ever. Child, we cannot truly ease our pasts. There will always be traces of them. Do you think I'm scared? No. I simply finally confirmed that I've yet to fully tear out the ad-libbing you inserted into my life. In other words, you are still here. But you're correct. We cannot truly erase our pasts, and there will always be traces of them. So, to bring your story to an end, I've been walking the same path you once did, for all this time. I traveled across the entire land. This is from, Come Catastrophes or Wicks of Vultures, it looks like. I don't know if that's actually true or not, but that's what it looks like. This is not. Never mind, this is in Gaul. Calais was a Gaulish border city. When the allied nations suddenly turned on them, Calais was thrown under siege. Yet, thanks to its powerful cannons and the general hailed as the imperial standard bearer, Calais held fast for months. The general stood atop the wall, refusing sleep, refusing rest, refusing to give ground. With their banners still flying high, even the weary soldiers held the line. Until the unthinkable happened. The general's most trusted lieutenant opened the gates. A clear act of betrayal. The Emperor of Gaul had given up on Callias, as by then its fate was sealed. The Imperial standard-bearer had refused to surrender out of honor, and the trusted lieutenant believed he ought to stand by his general. After all, they had already braved so many life-or-death situations together over the decades. But he knew that holding the line would only lead to more bloodshed, that the city was doomed to become a graveyard. Perhaps that battle-worn soldier simply realized that, although there was no perfect choice, there was a way that would allow him to atone for his sins. He persuaded the general, who had long since become exhausted, to take a 10-minute break. Then, he seized his opportunity to open the gate. Before the Allied forces could enter the city, he drove his sword through his own heart. The traitor ended up becoming the most tragic casualty of the war. But that is ancient history now, Lucian. So ancient that many of the details have long been lost to the river of time. Victoria, Lithuanian. I spent months traveling between more than a dozen cities across different nations. And at last, I found an aging vanguard on the brink of death. The guard had seen the towering flames of Callias with his own eyes. He had found a badge on the traitor's corpse. Two faces turned away from one another. One smiling, the other weeping. We all know what that symbolizes, dear teacher. Then I suppose you've made other discoveries as well. Even earlier in Laterano. Over 200 years ago, a brilliant cardinal was struck down by gun knights in the plaza in front of the basilica. He was intelligent and compassionate, known as the sanctic closest to the Lord. At just 30 years old, he was already widely regarded as the Pope's heir apparent. But then, he changed. He grew radical, unyielding, unwieldy. He started preaching, rallying followers, and reaching out to foreign envoys, all in an attempt to check the Pope's authority. Until the situation deteriorated into a religious coup that threatened the entire city-state. The Pope was critically wounded and the gun knights were deployed. The would-be usurper became the only cardinal in the history of Laterano to die during a coup. No one knows what happened to him exactly. At some point, in one of the Ecclesia Requietum, he had a chance encounter with a passing feline. But of course, that is hardly a lead worth chasing. It must have been some effort of you to uncover all of this. Indeed. It was quite troublesome. I merely offered that sancta a bit of truth. He was already terminally ill, you know. Unlike the incompetent Pope, who knew only how to interpret scriptures, his own zealousness knew no bounds. But with limited time, he might not have been able to put his ideals into practice, to hear the church bells ring in the new era. Oh, hold on. Wait, wrong character. Unlike the incompetent Pope, who knew only how to interpret scriptures, his own zealousness knew no bounds. But with limited time, he might not have been able to put his ideals into practice, to hear the church bells ring in the new era. But in truth, the moment the cardinal struck down the Pope, he came to his senses. He realized that death had never caught up with him after all. His sudden clarity only plunged him deeper into madness. Faced with the ruin he had wrought, did he choose to walk willingly into the gun knight's sights? A microcosm of political tragedy, from which many of the troops' plays took root. Quite a pity, isn't it? Iberia. It was during the glorious Golden Age. The lighthouses lit up an approaching ship, only for people to discover it carried nothing but whispering winds from the ocean depths. Ticket stubs stamped with the image of twin faces were scattered across the deck, and they drifted along with the ship in silence. The lost sailors sing. Incite the young fowl to pick the fruit pane. Oh, I thought there'd be more to that. Amidst the spires of Lithanian, ancient arts recorded the nobles' laments and desperate cries. Okay, there is. Exile an infant to arrive at joy's death. Okay, this isn't. I thought this was gonna be like a sea shanty. Exile an infant to arrive at joy's death. An encampment covered in thick snow. Weeds walk their own path. The city in the depths of the sands. Through tears, falsehoods, and riddles. He leaves the bed of withered flowers. You are everywhere. I followed the path you once walked. I crossed the lands, encountering all manner of people and unearthing all manner of secrets. Until at last, buried in ancient tomes and tangled rumors, I uncovered your name. Tragodia. However, the legendary Tragodia is a god, beloved by the people. He wears a crown of grapevines. He is both intoxicated and intoxicating. He bestows joy and grace. He greets the farmers as they bring in their yearly harvest, guiding them from wilderness to civilization through revelry and celebration. But the true god of wine is a deceitful caster, a performer, an ascetic, a schemer, a firebrand, a phantom drifting through the currents of history. A long live that defies definition. Your perseverance astonishes me, child. Even more so than the painstaking devotion you once showed in your performances. And yet, when you look back at the path I've taken, shouldn't there be enough to affirm the purpose I've been chasing? As human affairs faded into obscurity, I found and built what I came to see as the ultimate vessel for beauty, the theater. I've lived long enough to see the very concept of theater become obsolete. At last, after tasting both joy and sorrow, I came to understand the precise conditions under which the most fervent emotions bloom. I founded the truth, through which I've taught this knowledge to you. Oh, really? That contradicts what I've learned from my research. Hasn't death always walked by your side? That grand theory of yours, about death and destruction, was never the result of hard-won insight. You simply believed in it and saw beauty in it. And so did theater. Let's set aside for the moment the brilliance or depravity of human nature that emerges in times of desperation, and turn to some more fundamental questions. From Laterano to Gaul, from Iberia to Sargon, from the old castle to this catastrophe-stricken land, you've directed so many performances that shook the soul. So, why have you allowed them to be lost to history? You don't want them to be remembered? You exalt the irrational and the unpredictable. So why must every story have the same ending? Ruin. Well, what do you think the answer is, child? Tell me. Because it makes everything and everyone unverifiable, both within the theater and beyond. Because it grants you authority, lets you justify yourself, and turns your so-called beauty into the only possible resolution? Steven? Steven? If you're still alive, say something. Greta. You really did lock yourself up in your office. What happened outside? It's too much to explain right now. In short, the entire plate is on a collision course with the catastrophe, and everyone else has already evacuated to the power tech. Are you alright? Yeah. Something's wrong. The ceiling came down on my leg. I can't move. I'll rescue you. Damn it. That broken column has sealed the door shut. It's really heavy. Just wait a moment. Stay with me. Keep talking. Miss Stone. Only now do I understand that I'm in no way, shape, or form a genius. Huh? That God came to see me. He hasn't abandoned me. He showed me a new way of thinking. Actually, he's always been teaching me. I like to think I make good use of my character's deaths, of every desperate situation, to nourish my stories. I did try that, after all, in The Death of Lady Dupont. Why else would it be called that? Laura from 5 years ago. Now Dalton, Shelley, Michael, and Marion. Each of their deaths was steeped in drama. Vivid, poignant, and all too real. Those fragments are like autumn leaves, crimson as blood, and scattered everywhere. Each one is enough to stain the blank canvas of my mind with vivid color. But still, I can't write an ending that satisfies me. I still haven't figured out what kind of scene Lady Dupont's death ought to be. If death and destruction are the way of the god of theater, if they're the skills a true genius of the stage must master, well, I mean, I've never been able to learn them. I'm just a worthless hack. For the love of Borgnine. Ernest Borgnine? Ernest Borgnine? They just throwing in names now. Good lord. How could you be so stupid? Yo, what's up, Sai? Happy Tuesday, welcome in. Huh? Steven, the script auctions are anonymous. You know that, right? Dalton, Abner, everyone in the crew has been shaped by what happened 5 years ago. I brought them together on purpose, but you were the one exception. Oh, that's adorable, actually. When I proved the outline for the script, I had no idea it was written by you. Simply felt from the bottom of my heart that the story of Lady Dupont, a woman trapped by her brother's lies and need for control, and tormented by the desires of 3 so-called suitors, was worth my vote of approval. I knew she'd be a great protagonist for an amazing story, whether she lived or died. I've never doubted my own vision. Hey, say something. What are you getting all melodramatic for while I'm out here hauling rocks? So, it turns out I just don't agree with. What are you saying? Saget! So it turns out I just don't agree with the gods' methods. There we are. I did it. This place is about to collapse. I'll help you. Come on. Wait. Miss Stone. What now? Greta helps hold Steven steady as they both come to a stop, and he looks to the side. There's a wall, only half of it still standing. Faint remnants of vivid graffiti stand out harshly against the grimy, dim surroundings. It is the giant promotional mural Tippy had painted for the crew. By some stroke of luck, the title card remains unscathed amidst all the wind and flying debris. The death of Lady Dupont. Steven raises a blood-stained arm and, with considerable effort, wipes away the first 3 words. Lady Dupont. She's not gonna die. My God. It's beautiful. Not even the most imaginative set designer in Rankwood could have created a scene like this. Who's to say that ending a film shoot under the shadow of a catastrophe isn't, in fact, the most fitting conclusion of all? This isn't just a publicity stunt. I'm finding myself more and more impressed by Greta's resolve. Alright, that's enough of that. Let's get back to the power deck. It's way too dangerous out here. Hey, Melanie. Leading lady, where are you going? You going mad? Oh no! Abner, you, all of you, never really believed this leading lady could make a comeback with this film, did you? You don't even think we'll finish filming it. Honestly, I feel the same. I mean, we don't even have the ending figured out yet, and this whole plate is about to collapse. Well, that doesn't mean you have to die for it, does it? Oh, that's a really cool effect, actually. That's insanely cool of an effect. The catastrophe is closing in. The howling wind is nature's roar. Its fury written across the face of the clouds. But Melanie still walks forward to face it. Melanie gets a CG. That's sick, actually. Who said I have a death wish? Who says Lady Dupont has a death wish? Who says Lady Dupont is meant to die under her brother's oppression, felled by the swords of the three Rockefellers, at the hands of those onlookers who sought to curse her, humiliate her, drive her out? Must death be a symbol? She should instead, on a night no one could have foreseen, walk straight into a storm just as wild and chaotic as this one, leaving that prison of a castle behind. She shall not perish, because this storm is the chariot that will lead to her freedom. You must have realized, Abner, that on my journey I've always regarded Marion as my imaginary enemy, yes? Yeah. But I know I'll never catch up to her. She was a true genius, born to inhabit any role she was given. Even fate itself seemed to orchestrate one final catastrophe just so she could exit this business in a blaze of brilliance. And I'm nobody special. An ordinary woman from a small town who traveled to Rankwood and worked her way up role by role, film by film, for over a decade, gaining experience and recognition. That's why I care so much about seniority, status, and etiquette. The aspects of film set culture that so many scoff at. Because that sort of recognition is the reward I deserve as an ordinary person. This land is quite cruel to ordinary people, Abner. Marianne's retirement gave me the chance to step into the spotlight. But it took only a single slip-up for me to lose everything I gained along the way. My acting skills have fallen off a cliff. My reputation is in shambles. I tried everything I could think of, but I just couldn't seem to get it back. It's ridiculous. I've never wanted to admit this, but it's true. Marianne hadn't retired. I've never caught up to her. And right at this very moment, this catastrophe is destroying this entire plate, along with my last hope. But couldn't you say, also, that fate is smiling upon me? At least I finally have the courage to let go of my inhibitions. The courage to... At least I finally mustered the courage to take this final step. Come to me, Lady Dupont. Come with Melanie Rutherford and dance together with the catastrophe. Even if no one is filming us. What are you still doing here, Abner? Check your camera. You didn't turn it on, did you? What? What do you mean? What if I'd gotten swept away by the storm? What if your camera had accidentally captured my death, just like before? The last thing I want is to belittle your work and to force you to once again resent the tool of your trade. You know, Abner, I've always thought you were dumb. What would you know? The footage you accidentally recorded back then at least stands as irrefutable evidence, ensuring that a girl named Laura wouldn't vanish from this world without a trace. Although I couldn't say that it's enough meaning for it to meet your exacting standards. Friedkin Kubrick. I am an idiot. This dream-making machine was only made in the first place because people wanted more eyes to see the land with. How long can you hold on, Melanie? Oh, don't break this thing. Alright. Let's finish filming. Hey! I agree, by the way. This movie is a total mess. Maybe not a total mess, but it's just like going from, like, they're clearly on like a plate. And like there's clearly a set to straight around them. Like it feels like it's gonna get there's gonna have to be a lot of reshoots. Just realized, is that the gods Steven keeps talking about are directors from our world? No, I don't think so. I think it's just a filter. I really doubt that they're the gods he's talking about, but that'd be really funny. I'm pretty sure Steven even said he just kind of like made up the idea of like the gods of like the gods he was talking about specifically, so he had like a reason to do this. And Tragodia, who comes in, is like, oh shit, that's it, that's the actual god. So it feels like it's like that. It feels like the idea of like the directors from our world being gods, I feel like that's not what that's supposed to mean. That'd be really funny. Here's a Zopney. Zopney, Raiders, welcome in. Ace Windfall, Fighting Pilot Extraordinary, at your service. We're currently finishing up the best event in Arknights. Am I being hyperbolic when I say that? Only a little bit. High key though, it's kind of peak. I hope you guys have had a good stream yourselves. Of course, Zopney Raiders, you've had a long one. If by all means you need to relax, lurk, get food, any of that good stuff, please do. Otherwise, feel free to stick around. Feel free to stick around and watch our exciting conclusion. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Zopney. They can fix it with CGI. I can't explain why this popped in my head, but the idea of them fixing it with CGI, all I can imagine is just Lucian acting opposite Grum, which is a reference to the Tim and Eric Awesome show Great Job, where it's I forgot what the actor's name was, but there's like an actual actor, and then it's like Grum, who's just a little dude, and it's like the movie's called The Pilgrims, and it's just it's like 3 different like skits or bits that they do, and it's hi, it's Glenn Tennis. It's Glenn Tennis and Grum, because Grum is just this awful CG abomination. It's just like, hi, my name is Grum. It was exciting to be with you, Glenn Tennis, on the set of my new film, The Pilgrims. It's just the... And so that's what I'm imagining now, is just Grum in the set of Lady Dupont. Can you see them? Can you hear them? Those still fighting to survive the catastrophe. Nothing ever truly comes from nothing. Not even the most wondrous of art. And it is never death that suddenly awakens the lost or steals the timid. They always had it in them. So, answer my question, Tragodia. Are you attempting to remind me that death would simply end this story? This performance? That there would be nary a trace left after the curtains fall? That I will have, objectively speaking, escaped any and all scrutiny and criticism of my work? That I'm a thin-skinned artist? You really did find an interesting angle, Lucian. Perhaps what you say is right. But how are you going to change the ending that has already been written? That child, Tippy, really did adjust the path of the mobile plate, using the technique she picked up from watching film reels. But the shift in its trajectory was insufficient. Nearly half the plate remains on a collision course with the storm. Lucian, you faced a catastrophe when you were young. You should know that one of that scale, would destroy everything on this plate. Lucian gently strokes the crystals on his throat. I haven't sung since releasing the inhibitor. Wait, what? Wait. What? Singing. It is Blood Diamond's song. The song that once lit up countless stages before dying out amidst the darkness of that old castle. Today it echoes once more. The sound passes through cracks in the ruins, and the catastrophe itself, ringing clearly in everyone's ears. Singing with such total devotion. Always, it's Fan of the Opera. Sing for me! Singing with such total devotion. No. It seems that dreams can also be used as barriers. This is the first time I've ever seen you use your arts in reverse, Lucian. Are you trying to protect everyone with the voice that once brought pain to yourself and disaster to others? Are you trying to face this catastrophe alone? Alone? No. You are here with me. Hold your scepter steady, Tragodia. From the moment I rose from that river and walked back to your side, from the moment I returned to the troop and stood before you once again, I have only ever had one motivation. At the climax of every tragedy, there is always a fierce, cathartic battle, be it inside a palace, atop a tower, or beneath this ever-shifting sky. Let us finish this drama, where the student kills the teacher. My favorite student, my best actor. Everything that is headed for destruction shall serve as your backdrop. I am so glad you can enjoy this moment. Even I can't help but be swept away in it. I've forgotten all other matters. But you should know that killing a long-lived is meaningless. You just told me that I found an interesting angle. But it's not interesting. Far from it. You aren't a thin-skinned artist. You've just been left with no other choice. It is not us who need to die. Not the audience. Not the common folk, bound by the laws of ordinary reality. It's you, Tragodia. You've walked through history. You've founded the troop. You've created dreams from darkness. You've fed both me and Shalem with despair. You've drawn in lost souls, one after another, and lashed actor after actor. You taught us to feel pain, to learn evil, to be stained with blood, to sing of destruction. You taught us to dress for the stage, to wear a mask in life, and to believe in what you called rebirth. You built the story and drew in the audience. You chose the Lateran Cardinal, that Gaulish general, Whiteflower, Blade Dance, Shadow, Dalton, Shelley, Moira. You've chosen a million Lucians with which to bring about death. You exhausted its form, crafted its style, and perfected its meaning. Because it is all so far away from you. So far away. Long lived. Death is the one shore you will never reach. Director. Death is the one performance you can never take part in. Tragodia, death is the one art you will never embody. All your aesthetics, your insights, your experiences, everything you pushed us to pursue has done nothing for you in the end. I once thought this brought you joy, but your sorrow has always outweighed your sense of accomplishment. If you yourself are the theater, then your very existence is a paradox. The ending is nigh, isn't it? Do you feel resentful or helpless? Do you find this funny or confusing? Or have you simply ignored it? Have you never felt the same pain that I have? Tragodia is uncharacteristically silent, his eyes fixed on the face in front of him that is lost in emotion. Lucian shouts loudly. The raging storm does not even distort his voice in the slightest. He sings and chants, while the originium crystals creep visibly along his neck. Does it hurt, child? Yes. Of course it hurts. If you keep using your arts without restraint, it will kill you, child. Are you jealous? Perhaps. But your performance really is moving. Lucian responds to Tragodia with even greater fervor. His surging emotions give him newfound strength, and at last he seizes the upper hand in their clash. In an instant, he plunges the scepter into Tragodia's torso. Pain is my blade. And at last, I have driven it into the one who caused my pain in the first place. You. The curtain must fall on every performance. Cycles will not help shape our so-called destiny. Child, I've just gained new inspiration. This story deserves to be continued. The plate beneath their feet is swaying and shaking, but is starting to stabilize. People start to poke their heads out from the ruins and look at the receding disaster. They can hardly believe that catastrophe they have just experienced. Hundreds of broken masts drop to the ground as Tragodia slowly falls to his feet. Lucian is sure that he has pierced Tragodia's heart and completed his grand, murderous drama. However, he also notices a change in himself. He just gets a full new outfit. I must kill Tragodia. But Lucian, you are Tragodia. And then Lucian was the Tragodia. These clothes. This scepter. This crown. Oh, it's the grapevine crown, yeah. Have you given me a new ad-libbing? The silver-white hem of his robe flutters in the wind, brushed by grains of sand, yet spotless as ever. Lucian silently studies the elegant garment. It is flamboyant and exquisite, and fits him perfectly, as if it had been tailored just for him. He could walk into any festival or onto any stage in it, and it would suit him perfectly. It is as if this is the catastrophe's gift to him, his reward for slaying his teacher. The theme of this murder was clearly betrayal, yet at the last moment it became a passing of the torch. Lucian is silent. The fallen Tragodia has disappeared. Where he once lay, there was only blood and his mask. The dark red carpet extends upward along the steps without end. This is the path he was meant to walk, and it is now free of all obstacles. These thoughts spring to Lucian's mind from nowhere. got some good CGs this event. So he climbs the stairs without lowering his head or looking back. Just then, he hears Tragodia's voice. Lucian, you are the finest actor in the land. You have honed your craft well, and you use your powers of reason to grasp hold of the mask of emotions. You know well my origins, so it should be clear to you that you have not ended me by merely killing me. You shouldn't pin your hopes on a scene that was once performed in an ancient castle. Or is it that you were certain I would think this way? Make this choice. It's all so interesting. Maybe you were right. Death is the one shore I will never reach. Maybe you were right. Death is the one shore I will never reach. The one performance I can never take part in. And the one art I can never embody. Weeds walk their own path. Through tears, falsehoods, and riddles. He leaves the bed of withered flowers. He writes his epitaph into the stirring dust, waiting for the day when he gazes upon it. Death or destruction is the greatest gift you could ever give your teacher. But have you considered that what you now reject and what I've left behind is only one of theater's countless possibilities, one of the many ways beauty can be defined? And therefore, that what you've just killed was but one of my thousands of existences. Go on. Life rushes by, but the theater endures. The theater will never perish, and aesthetics will always change. So therefore, I will always stand at the pinnacle of everything. The theater cannot be killed. I can only redefine it, replace one theater with another, overthrow old aesthetics with new. I can become the new one. The new you. If that is the only possible fate for the two of us, then I accept it. You see, Lucian? Once again, we've entered into a tacit agreement. Continue forward. Climb to the highest point on the stage. You shall wear the crown of performance. You shall wield the scepter of inspiration. You shall wear the years of performing and being performed. This process will only add to your pain, but you must accept it. Child, you shall walk from here with both my blessing and my curse. I have fulfilled the promise I made to you when first we met. I will never be an obstacle to you, or an obstacle to theater. This is my final gift to you. How much further can you walk? What other answers can you come to? Tragodia. Look at this. Lucian does not answer, and the sound finally stops. He stands at the top of the stairs. The storm is far away now, and blood trails behind him. He loves this desolate scene. He loves the unformed arts in his body, and he stretches out all his pain. Then, the new Tragodia sings his song.
A battle without an explosion or cheering makes me feel
Have a good night,
little
Nukiyashi.
uneasy. Let's head back.
Lucian is a great actor. He pretended to be...
A drink?
No!
Maybe next time.
Oh my god. We got one more in us, though. Let's have these actual final wrap-up. My guess is that we're going to be at the award ceremony. We're going to be at the Rank Word, like, Academy Awards is my guess, but we'll see. The epilogue. The last 5 minutes of screen time after this entire event is behind us. It fades to black. It fades in. The title card says 3 months later. Let's see. The ending of our grand epic. A word to the audience. The curtain shall never fall. That would be so great, Kiwi. I would kind of love that. No matter, hold on, wait. What? They're in prison. She's visiting. Tippy's not actually in prison. Tippy's just visiting Moira in prison, right? Oh my. Okay, yeah, she's just visiting. Oh my God, where are we at? Rankwood Outskirts Federal Nomadic Prison. 2 months later. Molly, oh, you've lost so much weight. I did spend 2 months in bed. I went looking for you once the plate stopped. When I saw medics carrying you out all covered in blood, and you weren't moving, I thought you were dead. His singing voice is terrifying. But he only wanted to stop me. He didn't want to kill me. It definitely wasn't a coincidence that he bumped into Greta at the auction, like he said. Like she said, he had another motive to join the film crew. And what was that? He was looking for something that exists. Something that's always with us, even though we know nothing about it. Okay. I knew he was a mysterious dude, but now I'm even more confused. But forget about him. I'm sorry for taking so long to come to see you. Mostly because they make it a real pain to file a visitation application for this place. I know, Tippy. But I used you and caused others to misunderstand you. Lucian was right. I was ignoring the truth in my hands. In my final moments of madness, I didn't even think of you. Listen to me, Molly. No matter what you went through, no matter what your goal, you're the people who were by our side practically 24/7. You're a criminal, and I won't ever forgive you for that. But that doesn't mean I can't also miss the times we would crash on the sofa to watch horror flicks. Just the two of us. Wasn't that fun? Wasn't that, like, real? Yeah. Like when I was stuck in bed, my wounds hurt so bad I couldn't sleep. I kept recalling everything that happened. A whole night would pass, but only my pain was real. Honestly, it doesn't matter how absurd a story gets, or if we're all puppets of fate or whatever. It's not like I never had a choice. If only I'd focused more on the movies we were watching instead of thinking about the truth I thought was real. Hatred, madness, blood, and puppets. I'm sorry, Tippy. If I met you earlier, maybe you wouldn't have even needed Laura. The final day of your trial's in 2 days, right? I talked to a few lawyers and it seemed like... Don't let my ending bother you. The warden's nice here. He let me stay in the prison's logistics department during the last few days to make stuff the prisoners can use. I'm not living like I was before, merely waiting in vain for the finale. Good, good. You're almost out of visiting time, so let's talk about happier stuff. What happened to the movie we all shot together? One day ago. I really hope that it was just like, please, 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 please. Oh, honestly, I got really excited because Because when it did this, I was really hoping the key was gonna be right, and it was just gonna be Tippy narrating what happened to all of them. I got really excited for that. Wow, everyone's here already. Sorry I'm late. Nervous, Steven? A bit. Relax. We shot that ridiculous finale, and then it went to editing, color grading, and music production. Everyone did their best to complete production in only 2 months. I'm glad we agreed on the title change, Steven. I should be thanking you again for your final performance inside the catastrophe. Otherwise, deleting those 3 words would have been nothing but pretentious navel gazing. Yeah. Lady Dupont is by no means as attention-grabbing as the death of Lady Dupont. But let Greta worry about the marketing. There's no doubt in my mind that our new title suits the story best. Right, I'll handle it. I'll get Lady Dupont into theaters. Then visit a police station to do what I have to do. Pinch me! I'm not seeing things, am I? Pinch ya? Just snap your shut already. This is guaranteed to go up on the front page tomorrow. How did the niche AGFF attract such a distinguished guest? How much did the organizers spend? How many years has it been since May and Blake showed up in Rankwood? Grandma Chara! Oh my god! What? Like actual grandmother? It's been a while, Tip. Judging by your outfit, let me guess what your role in this was. A script supervisor? Prop master? Stunt woman? Some kind of furniture city warrior? Background painter, of course. I've been in this crew for half a year, and was even selected to join the Rankwood Studio plate restoration project last week. The plate art crew rented got totally wrecked by the catastrophe, so the boss put me in charge of the design work once it's rebuilt. And I've been like so busy. I see you finally figured out what you want to do. I told you before, didn't I? I love movies, every last part of them. And now I finally found out what my favorite part is. So, you don't plan on going back? Ha! You think I could just keep shielding me from the old man? Tip, your grandfather may be an old friend of mine who used to be my finest partner in the industry, but that doesn't mean he'll let me tell him how to raise his grandkids. Just tell him this next time you have tea with him. We're all retired, aren't we, old chap? Why waste our time worrying about the little things? I know Tip didn't use any of your contacts, nor did she follow your plans to become a historical film director, but isn't she living it up in Rankwood? Who knows? Half the backdrops in town might be spray painted by your granddaughter one day. Alright. I recorded all that. I'll play it for him next time we meet. Oh, Grandma Chara. Fine, fine. But I might not have the time to see your grandpa next time I'm in Columbia. Oh yeah, didn't you say all the stuff? Didn't you go all the way to Rimbelton for some fresh air? You come back for some Rhineland stuff? Too many questions, Tip. Once the screening's done, I have to head over to Max DC to see the Vice President. So, at least let me have a chat with an old friend, will ya? Long time no see, Marianne. Just call me Jar. After so many years away from the silver screen, Marianne sounds like a stranger's name to me. Either way, I have to thank you, Jara. I'm sure you know that given my current reputation, I don't have much of an influence in the industry anymore. Without your help, the AGFF would never have allowed Lady Dupont as a late submission. It was my pleasure. Although I must say, I had no idea Tippy was actually... I would have helped you with or without her. I just watched the part with the catastrophe and felt it'd be such a pity for the audience to miss out on the actress's performance. So I thought I'd do an old friend a favor. But even if Lady Dupont gets free marketing at AGFF, that doesn't always translate into box office numbers. Melanie, you know better than I, if Rankwood were a person, he'd be the most forgetful and least tolerant person there is. It's no guarantee that he'd accept a lover running back into his arms. Besides, you did destroy an entire plate. Even if the film's a smash hit, you might not make enough to pay for the damages. At least I did it, and I have no regrets. But rather than mulling over all that, I'd like to ask you a question. Go ahead. When you encountered a catastrophe while shooting the eternally shining star, the camera caught you as the storm nearly missed you. Was it just an accident, like you said at the press conference, or did you also move toward it of your own free will? Is the answer to that still important to you, even now? No. It sure is hard to say if I really did beat you in the end. The splendidly dressed female lead laughs hardly before every camera in the room, though she does not even know what she's laughing at. After a long time, she opens her arms towards her former rival, the genius she always thought she would never catch up to, the one she had always exchanged polite greetings with on camera for a hug. And it is returned in kind. Let's head in. Melanie Rutherford as Lady Dupont. Oh, click. No click? Yes, click. Yes, click. Okay. Michael as the Three Rockefellers. Dalton as Sir Dupont. I love this. I love this. It's a classic effect, but I love this film grain effect. Lucien as the Messenger. Dot, dot, dot. Producer, Greta Stone. Director / screenwriter, Stephen Quay. Coordinator, Shelley. Shelley. Art department, Carl, Bob, Tippy, Jericho. Production, Abner, Leo. Costume department, Marion. Prop department, Moira. Stage department, Haunton. Haunton mentioned! Goes to Firestar. Shoutouts to Haunton. Bring Haunton. Why are there so many CGs at this event? I love this event. This is insane. Look at Chironi up there. Oh my god. What the hell? This is such, honestly, this is a great CG. It's the lighting in this, I think. And like the way that everyone's drawn. There's something about this. It's over? Yeah. Thoughts on the film? Hold on, wait, no. This feels like a... That's right, Jay. I heard about what happened behind the scenes. The murders, the catastrophe, even the project management was a mess. So before I sat down to watch it, I thought the film couldn't possibly live up to all that, but... Absurd Noble's marriage breakdown ending with a catastrophe? The plot twist made sense, but so many of the characters were just bizarre. It's hard to say if it's good or bad, but it's a lot to chew on. Same, to be honest. Story aside, even the production was pretty controversial. Like, the cinematography is inconsistent at times. Yeah. The first part was shot meticulously like a serious historical drama, but it becomes rougher and rougher towards the end, especially the catastrophe scenes, where it's totally filmed like a documentary. It's definitely going to be polarizing. The fans will rate it highly, while the haters are going to hate it. But that's what makes it interesting, isn't it? Rankwood's been getting more and more boring over the years, and that goes for AGFF films too. This one, I'd buy a ticket to Lady Dupont. Let's see what the director and the cast have to say during the post-screening roundtable. Oh yeah, heard that unlucky-looking gal in the front row worked on it too. Oh, is Haunton here? Haunton! Oh boy, my luck is awful. She got her name too! Make Haunton an operator, dude. Come on. After a month of applications, I finally landed a spot as their last stagehand, but all that happened at the last moment. I arrived on set. I lost so much sleep after running into those corpses. And if it weren't for the insomnia, I would have kicked the wall with my mind all messed up and broken my leg when I was trying to follow everyone down to safety when the catastrophe came near. What? I didn't break my leg. I wouldn't have missed my bus and missed the first half of the screening. No! The unlucky stagehand mutters to herself as the credits roll. She recalls her experience and cannot help but feel sorrowful about it all. Oh, man! Even the images on screen feel strange to her. The familiar faces and scenes have not been assembled in a way she cannot understand. Or have... It's just like her topsy-turvy life. Then she spots her name at the end of the credits. Stage Department Haunton. No matter how the hand of fate may change, it will eventually leave a line. A truth you believe in. I kind of love that it had... What?! These CGs are insanely good. Yeah, Matt, like... Everyone else was wearing like normal stuff and Trigodi's just like dressed to the nines. And it's like, are you the guy from the movie? This is incredible. It's over. Aren't you taking part in the post-screening roundtable? I'm not with them. Besides, the two of you are here. True enough. Yes, it was wonderful, be it the film itself or otherwise. Lucien. Is he dead for good this time? Or is he still alive somehow? I'd have to think about that. But all you need to know, Shalem, is that you won't have to worry about shadows from the past invading your dreams. Even when you're on Rhodes Island. Ever again. And playwright, you may write your scripts as you wish. About any topic, in any style. The Crimson Troop is no more. You too are free. And you. You just said you'd have to think about this ending. Which means you're stuck on that path, correct? Drama never dies. So, is the one sitting beside me right now no longer Blood Diamond, but Tragodia? It sounds like you've paid a heavy price, Lucien. I wouldn't say so. If our previous attempts at escape or revenge were just scripts for us to follow, then now, we can finally step into the future. I will travel again, sing and perform again, until I am certain that what I would create manages to match my joy and pain. It could be a new troupe or a new proposition, new adventures and new stories, or a more dazzling tomorrow, a more tragic truth. Hey, Shalem. We're all buddies here. Would you like to lend him a hand? Lucien, are you sure about this? Of course. Those who've lost themselves in their haste. The ascetics who've closed off their senses and their selves. The lay people who trudge through both highs and lows, and the creatures who chew on their pain. This land has never lacked for actors. So, I welcome both of you to join the troupe. Yes! So obviously I have to like think about this, but like realistically, it's pretty high up there. It's pretty high up there. Thoughts? Opinions? It's pretty good. It's pretty. The Azure Troop, I like it. He does have a lot of blue in his theming. It does feel like, honestly, Tragodia, like, Rekabo, were you the one that said it earlier, where it's like, this doesn't feel like it fits? I think it did the transition very well. I'm actually very happy with that. The only character that doesn't really fit is Miss Christine, and that's just because she is with Lucien. and like she definitely was just there to be a cat and then at the end save Tippy's life. And I'm okay with that because she wasn't that distracting in it. It was a grand. It caught me. It got me early with a murder mystery, and then it transformed into a beautiful like drama with a villain who was a puppet master and with a villain who was a playwright, and they were both just into their characters so much, and it was great. It was beautiful. This. I still need to think about this because it almost feels hollow for me to say this because I feel like I say it a lot, but like legitimately, I think this was perfect. I think this was actually made for me because it just starts out so grounded in it, and then it earned its ending. It actually earned its ending in such a satisfying way. It started small and it just kept adding and adding and adding, and like it was about emotion too, which is a big part. Sometimes you have like stories that don't have a lot of emotion in them, where it's like a lot of setting up other events or like setting up this history and setting up these plans. But this and this were just pure like it's about your emotions, about you being an actor on stage. Everything with Moira was like about her pain, her regret, her desperation, which then gets transferred to Lucien in a way, and Lucien is talking to Tragodi about that, and it's like you get so emotionally invested in it. It's just Moira is like a new Monch. Moira and Monch, the two M's of never playable characters. Because Moira's skill set as a playable character would go insane, dude. She basically would just be a person who places things down. I forgot what they're called. She'd be a summoner, right? But like with like puppets, it'd be cool. I feel that, by the way, Dolly. Haun's amazing. Haun is just a little tragic side character. She's a perfect mob character. Very service crew coded because she has like the hair in front of her eyes, except for her one eye. She actually has the one eye uncovered. But she's the perfect mob character that just keeps being unfortunate. It's just like, aw. And I like that you see Haunton's name at the end. It makes... Honestly, they did that on purpose, too. Someone last week was talking about, like, yeah, Haunton has a name, but they don't call her Haunton at all. And that's because, like, I feel like they did that on purpose. Because Haunton is so, like, woe is me, I'm so unlucky, which, in fairness, she is, that she doesn't even, like, consider herself, like you as the player are like, I don't really care about her. She's a mob character. But her getting her name at the end in those credit sequence, then Haunton's name appeared on screen. And it's just like oh, Haunton's real. Having the credit sequence is insanely cool. Getting credited for your work is a really important aspect. So the idea that, like, that was a fun way to convey it. Like, there's always the giant listed credits at the end of a movie, and like, yeah, you can easily be like, okay, I'm done with the movie at that point. That's fine. But if you were someone who was working on that movie, you know damn well you're gonna get all your friends and family and be like, look, 5.5 minutes into the credits, there I am. There's my name. I exist and I worked on this. That's a great feeling, and I feel like Haunton's bit there really showed that. Oh, this is adorable. Laura was forgotten after all. That's, in fairness, as they said, first and foremost, kind of true, Ben, but also, Greta did say that she was going to go to the police station the next day. It does feel like that did kind of like fall off there at the end, but theoretically Greta is going to the police station. Theoretically something's gonna happen with that. They did at least do lip service to that. Love Haunton and Lucien. I know, they're so good. Like the story about the production. Yes, the actual production, which in fairness, they do talk about in-game, that they're like, yeah, it was shot pretty meticulously, and then it just kind of like becomes a mess at the end, which is really funny. I think I'm okay with that. Especially because of how like they were like, yeah, it just kind of like falls apart at the end. And I completely agree with Jay and Mike there, who were at the movie theaters watching that. I don't know how to do a Jay and Mike voice, or otherwise I definitely would have done a Jay and Mike voice for that, because that's all I can imagine. It's just two lightning fast VCR repairmen at the movie theater watching Lady Dupont. She could be a Dalki. I thought about Dalki, but it's like, that's too obvious. It doesn't feel right for a puppeter the way that she kind of presented herself, even though it is called a Dollkeeper. Like, I get it. Shaper caster with multiple... Oh, Shaper caster would be cool. That'd be interesting. Yeah, hot and playable, honestly. Make her a 1-star operator. I don't care. Compared to, like, the Forte reporter who don't... That's true. No, was his name in the credits? Was Kiwi, was his... Do you think his name was in the credits? There were a few names in the credits that I didn't notice. So he could probably... He would be under Abner. Abner's name was in the credits. Hold on. Because he wasn't a reporter. He was a, he was Abner's right-hand man. He just also coincidentally happened to be like he was gonna sell the story to the newspaper, but he was first and foremost the camera assistant. Thank you, that's the word I was looking for, not right-hand man. He was Abner's camera assistant, yeah. So I think his name was actually in there. Leo! His name is Leo. Because, yeah, Jericho is also another name that I don't think we ever got introduced to. Carl, Bob, I don't believe we got those names either. Like, I think these are all the names of different NPCs. And Leo is 100% the Forte dude. This is a sap booze. How'd you like the stories? I loved it. I think this is my favorite. And again, I say this about a lot of things too, because I'm very much an in-the-moment person. Like, go to literally any game I finish on stream, and you'll usually hear me gushing about it, because I usually pick stories that in games that I think I would like. So it's easy to feed into that. But as far as Arknights stories goes, this actually might be peak. Both because the pacing was extremely good, the subject matter was interesting, the hook and the payoff were both really good. I didn't really know a lot about the characters at the beginning of it, which is kind of fun in a way where it's like, I know just enough about Lucian, about Phantom, that I was like, Phantom looks cool. And then you get to go into a story, and it doesn't like, it didn't require me to have a lot of setup, a lot of like backstory to him, because it gave me the backstory through it, so that was also kind of nice. Like, this should be the story that they introduced everyone to Arknights with. I don't know. It was peak. It was Kino. I thought Greta was really the killer before the raincoat. Honestly, there were a lot of people I thought. Greta would have been an interesting one. I don't know if I would have thought Greta at some point. Maybe with the no, I don't think I would have thought it was gonna be Greta, because there was a part whenever we found out that Greta was gonna pilot the place into a catastrophe, I knew there wasn't Greta. Like, there's too much of a disconnect there that, like, no, she's doing the catastrophe thing unrelatedly. I don't know, I wouldn't call that a red herring, but it's definitely a, she's not gonna, like, be a silent killer and then also do an obvious, like, driving into a catastrophe. It doesn't work like that. So I kind of knew that, I don't think it was Greta. At least at the beginning of the stream, I kind of knew it wasn't Greta. Upon further introspection, I don't like Lucian for sharing a name with IRL's OS. Oh, dang! Like, you're being a true fan of the theater. Hey, that's good then. So that's a good thing then. It's like you found out that it's not just that it's the OC thing. In fact, more so that it transcends it actually is, because he's his own character. He is Phantom of the Opera. That is what he's originally like based around, as evidenced by this bad boy. Theater. Have you seen the Rankwood interview they released before the event? I have not. I thought we were going to get into Twin Peaks' story with Crimson Troop as the cult based on the trailer of this. Really? That could have been a little bit interesting. I was thinking, early on, I wonder if I was thinking something similar to that. Because there were definitely parts where I thought Twin Peaksy. No, I think I'm conflating this with when we were playing Heavy Rain. Actually, I don't think I brought up Twin Peaks at all for this. Someone go back to my last VOD and check. I was thinking it was Tib because Rose Island hired her, and you're not the first person that said that. She was too into horror flicks, so I thought she was possessed with like how Phantom was. See, I thought it was Tippy, but not for that. Cause like I don't care about Rhodes Island hiring murderers. I don't concede to that joke, even though that's objectively true. Like, for me, the biggest one where it could be Tippy was that the silhouette looks similar. And, like, I was legitimately surprised when it was like, Tippy's a Liberian. I was like, what do you mean she's a Liberian? Thought Moira is Tragodia. That would be interesting. Because it's not that far off, right? Like, at the end of the event, Tragodia did transform into Dalton. So there's the idea, like, maybe Tragodia transformed into Moira, right? Like, that's... I get where they're coming from, depending on how they, like, presented it. I get where they're coming from. It's the idea of, like, she's embodying the spirit, or she is being possessed by the spirit, where it's like, okay, I get the idea. Assuming you mean the Tragodia of the troop leader Tragodia, and not, like this Tragodia. In which case, that's just kind of funny. Here. How long is this? Firefox has to update. If this is less than 5 minutes, we'll watch this. Otherwise, I'm going to bed. That's it's the cutoff is exactly 5 minutes. I will not take any ifs, ands, or buts. This is 5:01. Fuck you. Sorry, ladies and germs, we're going to bed. I will watch this on my own time tomorrow. You have got to be kidding me. Damn, I love being me. All right, Sarah's crew, let's wrap. It's late. Thank you guys for coming along with me on this beautiful ride for this amazing story. Big fan, big ups for this one. Do you have anything? Honestly, sing for me. Are you kidding me? I hate it here so much. Two blue bags in the stream. Have a good night, everyone. You've gotta be kidding me. That's actually messed up. I didn't even get Tippy out of this. That's the worst part. I'd have been at least happy with Tippy, man. all right, for real though. Service crew, thank you guys for coming along on this journey. I hope you enjoyed the story. I truly did. We're gonna end. I'm gonna find someone to raid you guys into. As I'm doing this, don't forget, if you want to stick around in like the general term, stick around, not like obviously here, but like on Thursday we're gonna be playing I found this cool web game. We're gonna play it on Thursday. It's gonna be a shorter stream because it's Thanksgiving. So come check that out if you got the time. If you wanna hang out for it and chill for like an hour or two. Sunday we'll be back with Stardew. We just started winter. Literally, it's the first day of winter when we come back on Sunday, so we're gonna have experience a nice winter wonderland, which is fitting because December is literally the next day. Speaking of, next Monday we're gonna have a just chatting stream because it's gonna be the first of the month, setting some things up, and also setting up a early announcement. This is like your announcement of an announcement. Since it is December, since it is gonna be Christmas time, we are gonna be talking about our Christmas cards, our Secret Santa cards that we do. We'll be setting that up on Monday, so if you're interested, here's your pre-warning for it, and then we'll give the official announcement on Monday. Also, another just chatting, so you guys can like do the bucket gotcha and all those redeems that we set up like 2 weeks ago. Yo, Rido is? Oh heck yes, where's Rido in this list? There they are. Oh my god. Sersku, go rewatch some Peak right now. Oh, he's at the part with Michael and Marion, where Michael and Marion are like about to escape, and as we now know, they shield each other's bodies in their last moments. Oh, great call, Kiwi, great call. Announcement parentheses good thing. All right though, but with that, I know nothing else. I'm gonna send you guys over to Rido. Go check them out. Set this bad boy up. Perfect. Awesome. And with that, service crew, I know nothing else. So thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope to catch you next time. Peace out, everyone. And you go say in 3, a 2, a 1. See you there. And have a good night. Ah, hey, look at that! I think it's the first time someone's done that on the screen. See you guys.